Yeah. All right, red lights on. Let's see if some of these numbers start. I look much darker since I closed these blinds. I was trying to keep a little extra sun out. It's giving me a significantly deeper tan.
Literally, just as we start, a dude starts up a.
That's just part. Is a leaf blower.
A leaf blower, yeah.
Yeah, that's just part of the game, man. It happens to me every pretty soon. Like you'll hear well, you won't hear it on my end, but at Kenny's we can hear the trash come on Fridays.
Oh, gotcha. Hopefully we can't hear that too bad, but I think he could be down there for a little while. That's not good.
We'll be fine.
Yeah.
I think everybody is used to this makeshift operation by this point.
Yeah, that's funny. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, buddy.
Look out the window.
Let's see here. Where's the show? Are we on? I see 25 of you. All right, there's the commercial. Oh, y'all voting in the poll. Appreciate it. Are you voting in the poll? It wouldn't hurt if you hit the thumbs up too. Hopefully the connection stays strong today. Oh man. Oh, Donnie ain't been to sleep. There it is. Yep. Casey isn't here today, man, but we'll definitely wish Casey a happy birthday. Thoughts on. That's pretty funny. I thought we already gave. Thought it was Kayvon. What's wrong with Kayvon? I don't like Red Velvet. I think it's kind of lame, but K9, that's pretty funny. He's got to know better than that. Brendan's got to know better than that.
We're gonna mess with him on the podcast today.
He's got to be better than that.
Yeah.
You got to know.
Yeah. I think Sean and I will just start calling him white chocolate.
That'll go over great. That'll go over great.
Yeah.
I know, man. I thought of that this morning. You're absolutely right. I've got to have the air horns on my board. That's E-me. That is E-me for sure. Let's see.
There you go.
We could ride that with Kenny. That'll be like guerrilla style. I'll just have to hit it off of the Bluetooth screen and go from there. I got the glass break. The glass break's mine. Kenny added it to his just because I think he felt left out. Then he started abusing it. I got the glass break. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, we're good. We're gonna do a pod today. Yes.
I've totally destroyed the Kings Beat rotation. Apologies to. I know how frustrating it is when a podcast that you love doesn't come out on the day it's supposed to. So that's my fault. That is not James's fault.
Yeah, we'll. I think we're gonna go on right after this show. We're gonna go. Okay. We're gonna go on. So, Sean is camping, so he's driving to like Georgetown to. I don't know what he's doing.
Showtime, James.
All right.
Let's go, baby. We made it to a Friday, man, and we've got a fun one planned for you. Welcome into the very special July 22nd edition of Dealing with KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's James Ham.
Acknowledge me.
And it's Kenny Caraway's birthday, man. Happy birthday to our guy. KC, this is for you. Nope, you knew it wasn't going to go right. Let's try this again. KC, this is for you. There you go. See, I don't have those on my board, but he loves letting the air horns fly. So we had to hit the air horns for Casey's birthday as he's out celebrating in Las Vegas, along with managing Reese Caraway, the next big star in professional basketball. He's out there for a tournament as well. Just coincided nicely with his birthday. And whoever tweeted this morning on the D-Lo and KC happy birthday, KC post, OK Cake Show, you win. That's funny. That got a legit pop. OK Cake Show got a legit pop out of me. So, Kenny, happy birthday, man. I'm sure you're tapping in wherever you are. Hope the day is a great one for you. James, how you feeling after 16 hours of radio, man? Back holding up? Feeling good?
I'm hanging in there. Yeah, I'm fighting through. Yep. I feel good. I don't know. I mean, this is an adjustment for sure. It's an adjustment for everybody, but certainly, even like the neighbors, they want to like use a leaf blower all morning. Yeah. So it's like I can't get everybody to work on the same team here. That's the problem. But guys, we're doing okay. I'm holding up.
On the radio, can you maybe leaf blow tomorrow? Like, who leaf blows on a Friday? What are you doing? So the beauty about today is we're going to have some fun today. As always, we have a lot of guests on Fridays. Like Trysta's with us. Kyle Madson's with us. Matt George is going to be with us in the final hour of the show. And Jerry Reynolds is going to be with us coming up in about 45 minutes. So that's going to be awesome. Jerry's going to join us on the video stream. So if you want to watch Jerry, you can. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. But things are pretty quiet in the world of sports. And sometimes when that happens, you just peruse news. You get lost in your thoughts. And that kind of happened to me this morning. So there's going to be some times throughout the day where I hit you with a KC. This is random, and I just throw something at you because the way this show is starting, it's very random, but it's weighing heavy on my mind because I feel like people are going to have a reaction to it, and I'm genuinely curious what yours is, what everybody else is. But I go back to Brendan Nunez a couple days ago. Hey, what's the biggest need for the Kings? Well, wing depth is a problem. Depth keeps coming up. Wings keep coming up. The three, the four, it regularly comes up in conversation. We talking about KZ Apollo, like these 1 year deals with guys, these G League type guys. These are all short term contracts. There's no big fish out there at the wing. So my question to you is, and when I say you, I mean everybody. What's the harm in giving Carmelo Anthony a call? What? What's wrong? What is what problem with asking Carmelo Anthony?
I'm gonna go through the rest of the show with a red forehead from slapping my forehead. What?
Explain to me. Carmelo was effective-ish. He was fine last year with the Lakers. Like, what? Why?
To quote the great Andre the Giant, "Don't say that, Vincini."
I appreciate the reference. It's good.
Okay. So here's the problem that I have. Because it's not a problem with Carmelo, because I think what he is now is probably something that's pretty interesting. The problem that I have with him is, number one, he didn't play on the Nigerian national team, so I know the Kings aren't going to go chase him.
Thank you for that.
But number two, he doesn't play defense. He's never played defense. The Kings continuously bring in players who do not really specialize on that side of the court. And so if I was going to bring in him, that would mean that I'm just accepting the fact that the Kings are going to give up 135, 140 points a night and be the worst defensive team in the league. And it wouldn't even be because of him. It would be because they didn't get someone that can play defense. And so that would be my only, question mark about him.
I'm collectively being laughed at. I don't care. Y'all can laugh if you want to. I'm a problem solver. I'm trying to come up with solutions. The Kings have now. I don't think the Sacramento Kings would be on top of any list that Carmelo Anthony wants if he wants to play next year. I'm a broadcast journalist. I'm a problem solver. We've got a problem at the. I ask questions. That's all I do. I got James hitting himself in the forehead. I'm getting laughed at. I'm getting tomatoes thrown at me. I'm just asking questions. That's all I'm doing. I thought, hey, why not? What's the problem with it? And I guess defense remains the problem.
Some questions should never be asked. I don't know. I like what Carmelo's become. I like the instant offense off the bench. He's come in and torn up the Kings a couple of times, but there's just too many. Well, no, I mean, Jason Smith tore up the Kings every time he ever played them, and most people don't know who Jason Smith is. So yeah, yeah, that's an interesting one. That's an interesting one.
Man. All right. Again, I'm not suggesting that the Kings are high on, any list that Carmelo Anthony might have, nor am I suggesting Carmelo Anthony is high on any list that the Kings have. I'm trying to put things together. I'm trying to find a wing that could come in here and help make an impact that, again, not a knock, but maybe a little better than KZ Okpala. Like I don't know. I'm trying to find something. And as I was actually looking into the other Lakers news this morning about the Pacers' deal and the Miles Turner, Russell Westbrook, Buddy Hield stuff, and I thought, well, who else is like what else is wrong with that Lakers team? And so Carmelo was there. Carmelo's still not signed, and all right, I'll ask the question and just die on the vine. As Soren says, cool. Only 3 hours and 55 minutes left. Way to get the show off way to start the show off with a bang there. It's good. At least it can only go uphill from now. I can't say anything worse than.
Yeah, probably not.
Apparently just said there.
Did you see Shabazz Muhammad is going to work out for the Los Angeles Lakers?
I did. I mean, good for him in the sense like this is a full court press. Like The Athletic did a very, very, very lengthy write up on him. I think it was last week. I assume it was after his workout with Sacramento. There wasn't a lot of specifics of it. And I think I've seen his name mentioned with one other team that's escaping me right now. But yeah, I did see that. Good, good for him. I don't know what that means for the Kings. I don't know if that third point guard is still I don't know if priority is the right word, but I don't know if that's something that they're still looking to do this offseason. If Matthew Dellavedova is the look they like, or maybe they're big fans of D'Lo and KC and going to give Isaiah Thomas a call, or what was it? There was Quinn Cook. Yeah, Quinn Cook was the other one.
Yeah. We really heard very little about what happened with that workout. They had the three veterans in. I think when they signed KZ Okpala the next day or the day after, that kind of showed you what direction they were going to go in there. If they're going to go with budget wing options, it's probably that style of player, long, athletic, defensive minded. Again, Shabazz Muhammad is a bucket. He can go get you some points, but I'm not sure that he's going to be a great defender. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't think the search for trades or other free agents is over. The Kings still have a roster spot to work with, and I'm not even sure that the roster spots that they have when it comes to Chimmy, Moneke, and
Okpala.
Yeah, Okpala. That they gave him money. I was surprised about that. I mean, they got $250,000 guaranteed. At least that's what Chima got. That's a lot of money just to show up to camp. $500,000 if he makes the roster on opening night. That's substantial money for a player who's never played in the league. So I was slightly surprised by that, and I heard Okpala's deal is very similar. So yeah, we'll see. I think they're going to push forward with those guys as part of the roster.
Interesting. So that would just leave one spot then. Like they're not, because the money's. I mean, it's not like a lot of money in terms of the NBA. Those are still relatively easy cuts.
Those are easy cuts, but most of the time you get a player who you ask to go to training camp. You're talking about $25,000, $50,000 for a guy who's actually a higher end guy. And then they'll also do deals where they'll give a guy a training camp deal, but then when the deal will come with a clause that says, if and when we cut you, if you go to the G League, our G League team, as one of our final cuts, we can allocate you to the G League. If you accept that and go to the G League and stay there for 30 days or 60 days, we'll give you an additional $100,000 bonus. So that's a way to get around the fact that the G League minimum contract it's gone up, but it's still like, I think it might be $75,000 now for a G League player. as opposed to a two-way player that makes $500K a year. What is it, 502, something like that? Yeah. So I think it's interesting. We'll have to see how they handle this and how they go forward with their plan with those last 3 roster spots, because I think a lot can still happen.
Well, if you read some of the news and notes out there, a lot may still be happening. Most of it centered around Donovan Mitchell. There were some reports that were walked back almost immediately that a deal is near completion. Of course, there are other reports that this thing is nowhere near being done, but it feels like it's really just the Utah Jazz and the New York Knicks. And I don't know if Miami's going to be able to make a late run into that conversation, but it feels like that's the end of that. And the Brooklyn Nets stuff, the Kevin Durant stuff, the Kyrie Irving stuff probably isn't happening. It really doesn't feel like the Kevin Durant stuff is happening. And if that doesn't, I would just stand pat with Kyrie. We're going to talk to Trysta Krick about all of those deals coming up at the top of the 2:00 hour. We'll also come back. I want to take a look at the Western Conference because, James, we kind of poked around this yesterday. Like, who would you pick to be the top teams in the conference? And then kind of work our way down from there. And, of course, this will help dictate where we think the Sacramento Kings fit in. So we're going to do that. We're going to talk to Jerry Reynolds. And then I've got another Kings-related question. It's actually up on the poll right now. Who do you think has a breakout season for the Sacramento Kings? So these are all things that we'll dive into and have some fun with here. It's Steelin' with James Ham, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. I assure you, a 4:00 drink's going to be pretty stiff today. We're just getting started. We're still 4 hours away from that first pour. It's ESPN 1320. Alrighty.
Yeah, I probably won't get that first pour until like 5:15 today because maybe even 5:30 because we're going to pod right afterwards.
Yeah.
I'm going to be worn out.
You're going to be tired of talking, man.
Yeah.
That's
all right.
That's usually the case. Like, I don't want to talk when the show is over.
It's funny. Yeah, you kind of want to just quietly go away for a little while. So
yep.
I watched
out because she normally doesn't talk back, so I can normally just say a sentence and I got something to say, just out real quick and keep it moving.
That's funny. I watched something on Netflix this morning. Just came out. Ryan Gosling.
Oh.
I can't remember what the full title is. I'll regret not remembering the full title. And then it'll come to me out of nowhere. But, yeah. Just take a sip here and there. Yeah. That's what I should do. Someone had something earlier I was going to say something about.
The Gray Man?
The Gray Man. Yes. I think that's... Yeah, I watched it this morning. It was entertaining. Someone asked something earlier, and I forgot what it was.
Leezy, how have you been here this long and not figured out like that we can't? You should know better. Come on, Leezy. Save your big. You can fire off your big take. You've been holding it in for a whole week. That big fire take you got for us. You can hit us up next week, man, and we got you. Again, these are all things that I think are going to change when we go to this.
Oh, this is what it was. Brian, I can't grow a full beard. All I can grow is a goatee. But I can grow a goatee in like a week.
You can even grow that.
It just grows right here. I got to clean up the sides just a little bit, but it doesn't come in. So, yeah. Why would you think that I would recommend Paul Blart Mall Cop? Like, seriously, I've seen like almost every movie known to man. I don't know that I've watched Paul Blart all the way through, but
I have probably a couple times, which I'm not proud of, but I have.
That's funny.
Isn't there a second one?
I think there is.
There is a second one.
Or is there a different mall cop?
No, I think there's a Paul Blart too.
Mall. Wow.
I think so.
So good, I missed the first one.
What was that, Jesse? Oh, he falls in love with someone in the second one. Maybe I saw the second one. I don't know.
I almost watched Chips last night because it popped up on Netflix, like the new version, and I can't remember if I've seen that all the way through, but I think it's pretty horrible.
So you know what's funny about this? Well, where did you go, young Sav? I like let it grow last week for like 4 or 5 days, and no, you can't tell. Like there's like 5 or 6 different colors. There's blonde, black, there's a little brown, there's a lot of gray and silver, and it's
Yeah, I get white in the goatee. I get a little white.
We're coming back. Live on Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, and of course, live on 1320 AM as well, wherever you are. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Jerry Reynolds is going to be with us coming up here in about 30 minutes. That's going to be a lot of fun. Anxious to get his thoughts on Keegan Murray and the upcoming Kings season. Anxious to get his thoughts on the whole process leading into the draft. He's been a coach. He's been a general manager in I think multiple leagues. He was a Kings general manager and a Monarchs general manager, wasn't he?
Yeah. I'd like to hear what his thoughts are on potential return of the Monarchs.
That would be fun to hear.
Yeah.
We'll talk to him about that when he joins us again. Jerry Reynolds coming up in about 30 minutes. Since James and all of you shot down my Carmelo Anthony conversation, we'll just go ahead and move along with the show then, since we're behaving that way here today and no one likes my ideas. We talked about this yesterday, kind of in brief, like highlighted form, where we were talking about how the Western Conference shakes out and, we're moving Utah out, teams that are one injury away. And as I kind of dove into the conference a little bit more, and I realized, and I think this is actually backtracking off of something I said a couple of days ago. And I know Kenny's been on board with this for a while. The only team I'm 100% confident in is the Golden State Warriors. Like if I were to create Western Conference power rankings right now and say, I am positive this team, I'm not talking about making the playoffs either. I'm talking about being at the top of the conference. I'm of strong belief that the Golden State Warriors are going to be at the top of the conference. I think Phoenix is going to be, but I don't have that. I feel like something's off there, like between the DeAndre Ayton stuff. I just wonder how that loss, that Game 7 loss, how they kind of rebound from that. I feel like I'm not as comfortable with Phoenix as I am Golden State.
Yeah, I mean, I think Golden State has proven time and time again that when they're healthy, even healthy enough, that they're going to be pretty much the best team in basketball. I mean, at the end of the day, they may not win the most games in the regular season. They did that once, and they realized that that's a really good way to lose in the playoffs. So winning 73 is what that takes, the toll it takes, the focus it takes. It's not worth it once you get to the playoffs. It's better to win 63 or even 53 and have guys rest and have guys come in fresher. Guys play 32 minutes a night versus 37 minutes a night. So that's just the most battle-tested team that we've seen. And, I mean, until their dynasty ends, they're always going to be in the conversation.
Yeah.
I trust them a lot more than the Suns, like you. I mean, I think the Suns are still going to be good. I think the Suns can have a better regular season record. But the teams that I fear, it's probably Golden State. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna put Memphis up there pretty high. I'm gonna put the Clippers up there, but they're a boon or bust. Like they could have some bad things happen.
The Clippers are who I would probably put second right now. Like if we did one of those confidence meters, Golden State would be, they'd have all my confidence right there to be at the top of the conference. I think I'd do the Clippers next.
That's interesting. Like if I'm talking about the best regular season record, I'm gonna put the Suns second. Maybe even first. Like I think that they'll finish the year with the best record because they are a team that still plays that way. They want to win every night, and they understand that getting home court advantage matters. Maybe they're a little more focused on that than a team like the Warriors, because the Warriors' point of view is like, look, in order for home court advantage to really matter, it's got to be in like the finals. And if you don't make it to the conference finals, if you don't make it to the conference finals, then we don't have to worry that you finish with a better record anyways. So
yeah, but they lost by like 100 at home, didn't they? The Dallas was it Dallas? That was a game 7 in Phoenix, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I'm not dismissing it. I agree with you. I do think home court advantage matters, but I also wonder if these teams, a team like Phoenix who just suffered a devastating loss at home, if it means the same to them.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question. Yeah, I mean, like I think the West is wide open for once you get past like the top probably 2 teams, and then I think it just kind of like opens up. I think the Clippers and Grizzlies are right there. I think the next tier down is probably Denver, and then after Denver with Utah out of the mix, I think it totally goes sideways. Like who's going to be there?
Which is that's interesting because it brings up Minnesota and New Orleans that are worth talking about, which we will. But I'll ask you a Lakers question, and obviously there's all sorts of Lakers stuff out there today, which it's head scratching on multiple fronts. But the Miles Turner, Buddy Hield, Russell Westbrook first round, I was like, why would Indiana do that? I don't understand. But if I told you right now, and this is 100% fact, and you can book it, it's happening, that Anthony Davis plays 75 games, would you put the Lakers in the range of 3, 4, 5?
No, I'd put them at 6.
Playoff, say top 6.
Yeah, I would say 6. But then again, we say 6. I mean, we just talked about 5 teams, and we didn't mention Dallas, who made it to the Western Conference Finals. So, yeah, I would put the Lakers more like 7, 8, 9, 10. Like still, because they don't have the shooting. They outside of, again, LeBron and the Brow, if they stay healthy, that's a big if. But if those two stay healthy, I just don't like their depth outside of that. Westbrook is what he is. He's kind of like a square peg in a round hole. And I like the addition of Damian Jones and Mark Bryant at the center position. But I don't really love Lonnie Walker as a player. I would much prefer what the Kings did in Malik Monk. And they didn't add the shooting they needed to. So if your best 3-point shooter is probably Anthony Davis, then I think there's a problem, because that just takes away what you can do in the paint. So I don't know. That team has always been confusing. They needed a player like Buddy Hield, but they just tied all their money up so badly that, they can't do the things that they want to do. And then by the time they can next season, when Westbrook's $47 million drops off the books, I mean, now we're looking at like LeBron James going into his 38/39-year-old season. That's not exactly the most conducive way to win, is to have your star player be almost 40.
In 10 years in the league, Anthony Davis has played 75 or more games twice. And it actually isn't 75 or more. It's 75 exactly. And he played them in back-to-back seasons. In fact, that's the only time he's played over 70 games in a season, is 2016 to 2018. So the
Yeah.
odds of him in his 11th season when he's 29-ish, playing 75 games, probably a little thin.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, the guy's had so many different ticky-tack injuries over his career. I remember a graphic, and it was like 5 or 6 years ago, where they showed all of the issues that he's had. Like they basically made him into like a robot and showed all of the injuries here, and here, and it was crazy. I mean, he really has not been able to stay healthy. I mean, we see videos now, like right now, the big push is to show that he's got multiple trainers working him out all day long, and he looks great. That's fine. I mean, that's why didn't he do that 10 years ago? It would be my first question, especially when you're playing with LeBron, who spends what they said is over $1 million a year, and it might even be a lot more than that just on
I believe we're up to 1.5 million.
Yeah, just on his body, right? Like I don't know. It seems like that should have rubbed off on him at some point. That if he wants to play at a high level for the Lakers and be a superstar, you got to do the work.
Maybe that might be a little bit unfair because, like, think about when he joined the Lakers. It was that 2019-20 season. He played 62 of the 72 games played that year. It was probably difficult to train. I'm sure he trained headed into that season. I would imagine everything after that has been a little bit difficult. I don't know how he approached training before, though. You go back. I mean, he's been a multi-time All-Star. He's an All-NBA player. Like I'm all 75. He gets all of those accolades. But I don't know how he approached the game like when he was 19 or 20. And those are like I feel like sometimes the light switch goes on a little too late for some of these guys. And like for Chris Paul, he talks about the adjustments he's made to his diet and his training and all of that stuff. And that happened relatively later in his career, like mid 30s, early mid 30s is when he started to make those changes. But it's one thing for a guy the size of Chris Paul to make those changes that late in his career. When you're a bigger dude like Anthony Davis or a bigger dude like most every other NBA player, like, man, you making those changes at 29, 30, that's too late. Your body's taking the beating. Like it's good for you for incorporating those changes, but to expect to see the difference that some of these other guys who are much smaller than you to expect to see the changes that they've got, man, that might be that could be wishful thinking.
Yeah, I think that's the value. Like, I've talked about this so many times, and I'm not sure that people fully get the value of having a player like Harrison Barnes who treats his body like a temple. Like, he has a regimen. And if he talks to the media in postgame, it's either directly after the game or it's an hour and a half in. Like, he goes after a game and sits in an ice tub forever. He does a full, like, body... Like, he's got like a checklist that he goes through to make sure he's maintaining his body at all times. And it's something that he has taken and used with other players. Like, look, this is, if you want to stay in this league, you want to get the big money contract, you want to earn that third major deal, this is how you have to do it. You have to take care of your body every step of the way. And I think that a guy like Anthony Davis, there's nothing you can do. I mean, some guys are just going to be injury prone. They're going to have some sort of, in their body, there's not a way to tighten up every single ligament that could possibly go wrong and all that stuff. But, he's a guy he's had injuries everywhere. He's had knee, he's had ankle, he's had shoulder. Like, he's had all kinds of stuff, wrist injuries. Like, it's pretty substantial, and that takes a toll on your body. It's not easy to keep recovering. It's better to do the work beforehand and avoid the need to recover. And not every player is 100% in on like the training side of it. Like, will they play basketball a lot? Sure. But I mean, Chuck Hayes used to say, oh no, I don't pick up a basketball during the off season. I play tennis. It's like, all right. How's that work out for you? Like, I don't know. Like, so some players get it. I mean, I think
there's a fine line. Like, you can compromise somewhere. Like, you don't have to play tennis the whole off season.
Yeah.
You don't have to get 4,000 jump shots every day. Like, Go DeMarcus Cousins. Go with DeMarcus Cousins and do some hot yoga. Like do a little bit of that. Do some Pilates. Like do some Bulgarian split squats with De'Aaron Fox for his Instagram. Like do some of that stuff. Hell, you want to work out with someone? Work out with Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield looks like $1 million. Work out with him. I mean, there's a fine line between playing tennis all off season and then like going overboard and showing everyone you're shooting 4,000 jump shots. Whatever you're doing.
I think that's what's totally missed about Buddy Hield too. Buddy Hield, for all of his deficiencies and the things that drive you insane about Buddy Hield, he plays every single game. Yep. I mean, that guy, it doesn't matter what happens to him, he's ready to go. He is a true gamer. He's a guy who loves the game, who shoots 1 million shots a day, but on top of that, he also is a workout guy. He's a good mix of both, and that's how you stay healthy. You know, I don't want to knock De'Aaron Fox because he gets COVID at the end of the season, misses 10 games, and same thing, he missed 10 games with COVID the year before. He has a major ankle injury. There was a season where he played 81 games. Like, I'm not going to knock him and say that all of these issues were his. But, there are other players that have come through here that they don't understand that part of it, that dynamic of it. And if they're going to work out, it's working out to look good. It's not doing functional workouts. It's doing workouts to say they worked out. And that's at some point you've got to be fully dedicated to the craft, which I think that's where Davion Mitchell is like, he's such a step above. Like, he's a harder worker than anyone we've ever seen.
82 games, 80, 82, 72 in a 72, 71 in a 72, and 81. Those are Buddy Hield's game totals. That's pretty amazing. I think he's able to stay so healthy because he doesn't go to the free throw line. He doesn't get fouled, so he
avoids contact completely. Yeah. How are you gonna get hurt if you don't play defense and you don't go to the free throw line? Hey, that's such a good point.
Buddy has figured out longevity. Boy, for a dude who averages like Buddy, like 18, 14, 16, like he's averaged over 2 free throws per game once. And it was the year he averaged 20. He's never averaged over 2 free throws in a game before, besides that one year.
There was one season, I've done the stats there, and it's like between like 32 and 34 games a year that he doesn't go to the foul line at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how could you? I mean, I remember there was like a stretch where like 12 consecutive games where he didn't go to the free throw line. I don't even know how that's possible.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, you almost have to try. And the best part was the year that the last game of the season, he got fouled shooting a 3, and he tried to avoid it because he had gotten over 75% free throw shooting, and he got a $500,000 bonus. I think it was tied to free throw shooting and games played.
He's the only guy in the league who goes, no, I was on the ground. That's
on the ground. Yeah.
That's ball out. That's ball out.
So he got to the line, and you could see him almost like shaking. I'm like, what's going on? He missed the first free throw. He drops from like 75.2 to 74.6 because he hasn't taken enough free throws on the year.
Mm-hmm.
And then you could do the math. There was no way for him to get back. So he hit the next 2, and then he like hunted free throws the rest of the game, and it never happened. Like you tried to avoid getting fouled for so long, you don't know how to effectively do it. Like, my point with it's always been
get fouled.
Yeah, how does Lou Williams, how does Jamal Crawford get to the free throw line like 8 times a game per 36, and Buddy Hield can't get there at all? Like, how could you not watch footage of them? And we started seeing the top block, right? Everyone's going over the top of the screen, but then cutting tight around the screen and reaching over to like stop him from getting his 3-point shot off, and it worked brilliantly. All Buddy Hield had to do was take a half step backwards, and the guy would run into him, and he'd get 3 free throws. Like, just the fact that he just wouldn't do it was stunning. So I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't like people touching him. That's possible.
It could be that too. This conversation started with the Lakers. This Lakers roster. This
Well,
Lakers
Buddy
roster.
Hield's on the Lakers, isn't he?
Not
Oh,
yet.
wait,
Not
no.
yet.
No.
Not yet. Avery Johnson isn't sure where Buddy Hield is right now. But apparently Buddy will fix everything for the Lakers. This roster's tough. Yeah, this roster's really tough. I don't know, even with the completely phantom 75 games that I threw out there for Anthony Davis. That's tough to see. I don't know. 6 last year was Denver at 48 and 38. That is a 15 game improvement for the Lakers if that were to happen. That's tough.
That's
and then
tough.
where does Minnesota and New Orleans fit in all of this? You know, the 4 play-in teams last year were Minnesota, New Orleans, the Clippers, and the Spurs. I think everyone knows the Spurs are almost certainly completely out of this conversation. I have the Clippers elevated in this conversation. What happens with the Pelicans and the Timberwolves? Timberwolves just gave up 4, essentially 5 first-round draft picks to land Rudy Gobert and run this Rudy Gobert, Karl Anthony Towns thing together with one of the most dynamic young players in the entire league. And you also got D'Angelo Russell there as well. Like, that's a interesting mix.
Yeah, I don't know. The Minnesota thing is going to stick out to me the whole offseason. You made a move that was bold, and it was all in. I mean, that's a full tilt move. Like, you gave up like with 3 or 4 players, and then like 4 draft picks, and then like a pick swap or 2, like whatever it was. They gave up so much to get Rudy Gobert. And why they think Rudy Gobert will work there where, you know, Utah couldn't get out of the second round because they had Gobert, I'm confused. And I mean, you're hoping that, you know, Anthony Edwards like takes this monstrous leap again, and he has that potential, and you hope that Gobert and Cat are like a true tandem. But what happens when teams go small on you? Like, who's going to defend the perimeter? Who's going to chase the guys around shooting threes? The guys like Keegan Murray launching threes. And you can say, well, who's going to defend in the post? Okay, I got that, but the only way that Karl Anthony Towns is effective with Rudy Gobert on the floor is if he's shooting threes. Gobert, no one's going to defend him anywhere near the three-point line. So, like, it just adds this weird dynamic. And then on top of that, you gave up Pat Beverly. And the only time that the Timberwolves have made the playoffs in, like, the last 20 years, one with Jimmy Butler, and the second time it was with Pat Bev. And Pat Bev was their like emotional leader, their guy, their rah-rah guy, their guy who got in people's faces and demanded things, and you just gave him away again. And so I'm confused by that. He's an extremely valuable player that I think, you know, there are a lot of teams that could go out and get, and he would make sense, and he would help them be a better team. As far as Pat Bev, I just, you know, like, I don't love him because he's a trash talker and likes to go and say all kinds of wild things, but at the same time you have to respect like the impact that he has. He always makes the playoffs, always, and that's because he brings that something special to a team that just clubs don't have, and I think they're going to miss him a lot more. So that's the one team I'll point to and say they could take a slide and be stunned by it. Like, what just happened? How did this happen to us? Like, all right, well, I know how it happened to you, and let's see how you rebound from it when you traded all your first-round picks forever. It's pretty crazy.
I wonder, one of my concerns with that team is, like, you know, we're talking about teams that could finish at the top of the Western Conference. I could absolutely see Minnesota finishing second, third. I could see them finishing very high in the regular season, and this whole experiment working out really well until you got to the playoffs. And then that's where I'm concerned, like, we've seen Rudy Gobert just get decimated in the playoffs like a couple of times now. And that's the one where I wonder how well this roster and you know, good coaching staff, this coaching staff will be able to adjust to their prize acquisition getting picked on. Like, how are they going to minimize that? And that's something that they should have, and they very well may have, by the way. That's something that they probably have had to have conversations about before that deal was done. When we get into a potential 7-game series, how can we get the most out of Rudy Gobert? How can we keep Rudy Gobert from getting again, picked on the way that he has in his last 2 playoff series.
I don't know that they have an answer for that, because the problem with Gobert is that he does not like to leave the key on the defensive end. Like, he gets all these block shots because he's standing around the key. He's a great help defender. He's an otherworldly shot blocker. But the modern NBA game has, like, there's so many players that can shoot the three. And when teams go small against them, they have no answer. You know, the answer is to pull Gobert off the floor. And then how long can you keep Gobert off the floor? Because then that's, he's a major pick and roll threat. And then he's the guy that blocks all the shots at the rim. So it puts every team in like a weird situation. He's not that flexible as a player. We're talking about, positionless basketball where guys have to be able to defend multiple positions. He can only defend one position. He can only play one position. Can't shoot from the perimeter. So again, if you go small a bunch and take Cat off the floor, then I could see Gobert, funneling everything towards Gobert and then trying to cover him on the perimeter. But then you're taking Cat off the floor. So, again, it's a strange move. We'll have to see how it works out. Maybe the NBA is going back to the 2-man set, the 2 big set. But I don't know. Cleveland's trying to do something crazy to shake up the league. I don't know. It's kind of crazy to see.
I want to talk about Cleveland at some point. It might not be today. It might have to wait. I know it's dumb. I really like Cleveland. Jerry Reynolds is going to join us in just a heartbeat. So before he joins
the ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
Let's do this. The ceiling is the roof. Performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200. Shout out to my man John and CEO Joe, who came out here. They did the whole evaluation of my house. They got on the roof. They said, hey, here's some things we could do. Here's some things we could do. And then we're going to find out exactly how much solar will save me next week. But they made the whole process super easy. I was really excited to talk to those guys. I'm really excited about how solar can help me lower my energy bill. Again, if you are looking into solar, if you're looking into a new roof, ACR Solar and Roofing is who you need to call. 916-481-7200. Now, I was going to give the performer of the night to Mookie Betts, and then I realized it's Kenny's birthday. That's just flat out mean. So I'm not going to do that. And then I thought, hey, Sean Murphy, why not? He had a little game yesterday, and I realized, no, they split a doubleheader. Let's go with Elena Deladon, who scored 25 points on 8 of 14 to lead my Washington Mystics to a 78-69 win over the Liberty, sending the Washington Mystics to a 17-11 record and overall 5th seed in the race for the playoff spot. We're going to talk with Jerry Reynolds next here on ESPN 1320. Clear. Get this out and bring Jerry up. Jerry, what's up, man?
What do you say there, young men?
How are you? We're in commercial right now, but we're on the video stream, so we could talk freely. How are you?
Well, for being an old fart, I guess about as good as I'm going to be.
You look like $1 million, though.
There ain't no damn upside going forward, I can tell you that.
Jerry, you look like $1 million. Come on, man.
Yeah, right.
Your hair's a little longer than I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, I think I'm going to get a haircut later this afternoon. Yeah, I couldn't make my mind up. I want to be like those college professors and let it grow into ponytail. Have me a big great ponytail on there.
John Clayton, go full John Clayton on us.
Yeah, but Mrs. Reynolds said she wasn't impressed with that. So
you always got to do what the missus says. That's
if you it's pretty good strategy, I got to tell you. I mean, you have to agree to what they say. You don't have to do it. You just have to agree to
it. There you go.
That's awesome. Yeah, I've learned that one. Like, how do you survive? Well, you just keep saying yes.
I think anyone who's been married double digit years.
Away for
how many Jerry left us. He said this is ridiculous. I'm not doing this.
Oh, he did leave us.
Yeah.
It's a record time for someone to get tired of us. Jerry just said, I'm not doing
it. No, I just want to make sure that all your wisdom is not bothered by the call.
I just thought you were going to get some popcorn.
I might come up with some mental genius at any time, so I don't want to be cut you off.
I like your necklace. Your necklace like really stands out. That looks fantastic.
Yeah, so I've always kind of thought, maybe the creator would appreciate it. I mean, that's, you want to cover all your bases there.
Hedge that bet, Jerry.
When the day comes, but I wore the necklace. Like what?
Come on, what more do you want from me?
You mean there's more to this whole thing? Like, geez.
That's spectacular.
Probably about a minute and a half or so, guys.
Cool.
Yeah, man. What do you think about all this stuff going on? You think you think Durant's ever going to get traded or not?
I don't think so, man.
Yeah, it looks like to me they can't get enough, and the teams that would give them enough would be decimated almost.
I don't. I mean, the thing I just like. What do you want? Like from Kevin Durant's perspective, like your team right now with Brooklyn and Kyrie, you're winning a good number of games that way. Like you're a competitor. I don't know what he's looking for.
Yeah, and with Simmons coming on board, I mean, he's going to help him. Joe Harris coming back. I mean, if he can come back and be what he was before, shot maker, which, he's going to get open shots on that team. You'd have to say, if they just simply do what they're capable of, they're a threat in the East.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what made that whole thing so confusing.
Well, I mean, they're banking on a dude who doesn't want to get vaccinated and won't play half the time.
But that's not. But I don't think that
might not be an issue this year.
Yeah,
but they're also banking on Joe Harris's knee being healthy, and they're banking on Ben Simmons' mental health being right and his back, which he had back surgery. I mean, if I'm Kevin Durant, I'm looking at this. I would probably have given it at least part of this year before I pulled the ripcord. But then maybe he doesn't want to play with Kyrie. Maybe he's like, I can't keep dealing with this. This is just crazy.
Yeah, that could be it. It does seem strange that he has never said anything like that. He almost supports Kyrie at every turn, even against the team. And but no, I get that you can't. To me,
hang on, Jerry. We're coming back on the radio right now. Hang on. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. I strongly advise anyone who is capable to tune in and watch the show on one of those platforms. Is the very handsome Jerry Reynolds is joining us here on the broadcast. Conversation already in progress. We were going over the mess that is happening in Brooklyn there during the commercial break. But now that we're back here and in front of a radio audience who just loves you, Jerry, let's talk some Kings basketball a little bit and start with, I'm curious about this from your perspective. You've been a general manager, at least from your experience. You've been a general manager, you've been a coach. Obviously Kings fans are riding high off of Keegan Murray and everything that happened in Summer League. How much input do coaches have during that draft process?
Well, it varies a lot. I think a coach should have some input, but at the end of the day coaches aren't really as prepared for the draft as the front office, and there can only be one decision maker. So I always thought during the years with Jeff Petrie and Rick Adelman, that was really a great team right there because they respected one another a lot. Jeff knew that Rick was going to coach whoever he got, and certainly Rick had opinions. But if Jeff decided to go another way, he was fully on board. So I mean, you have to. To me, it's a general manager needs to make those decisions. I mean, there's only one decision maker, and certainly you got big staffs, and everybody has an opinion. It's no different than I'd have opinion. Damien, you and James have it. We can all have different opinions, but at some point, there's one opinion that counts, and then you get on board with it. And I think that it does seem to me like that there's a good rapport and respect between Monte McNair and Mike Brown. I think, just from some of the late signings here to fill out the roster kind of shows you that, that maybe the thing's going in the right direction. That's I'm always trying to be an optimist, and I think there is some legitimate reason for some optimism.
Yeah.
Hey, Jer, I know you're a big fan of the Keegan Murray draft pick. What is it about Keegan Murray that stands out to you that you just thought this is a player I would draft, or this is what I would go with at this position?
Well, a couple of things, and I really didn't study the draft like you have, and I don't honestly. I know I don't have near the information. Just a few times I watched him, and I really liked him because he can really make shots. I mean, he is a shot maker in a league that's really a value, and he's a late developer, and I always like late developers. I mean, from a Tim Duncan to Hakeem Olajuwon to Michael Jordan to Larry Bird, they were all late developers. They weren't the top 5 high school American stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They turned out pretty good. So I like that about Keegan, that he made great strides, and from first year to second year, and then certainly made great strides, I thought, in the summer league. So a lot to like. And the one so-called analyst on ESPN that I like and trust, I'm not saying I dislike him, but Jay Billis, because I know he studies it. I've known him, and I really think he's a smart, on top of it guy. And I remember listening to him on the Scott Ben Pelt show after the draft, and he said he thought that Keegan Murray was by far the most NBA ready of any player in this draft. And I thought, boy, if there's ever a team that needs an NBA ready player, it might be your beloved Sacramento Kings.
Jerry, you phrase that so funny, but I think there's so much value in it. And you say, I probably don't watch as much as you do, and I watched the guy play a couple of times, and he could score. I honestly think when it comes to the draft, we overcomplicate things and we dive too far in. And we'd start talking about ceilings and star potential. And that's exactly what I did with Jaden Ivey. And I had people who had been around, Jaden Ivey his entire life. He's been around basketball since he was born. I had people telling me what a great kid he is, how motivated he's going to be. And I think there's some point during that process, you get bogged down with information. Whereas if you just take the Jerry Reynolds approach and turn on a basketball game and go, hey, that guy's pretty good right there, it really sometimes could be as simple as that.
Well, I do think you make a great point. I definitely think that's sometimes where mistakes are made is by outthinking yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I always recall, I mean, one of the ultimate screw-ups in Kings history was taking Thomas Robinson instead of Damian Lillard when the team was all set to draft Damian off of tremendous workout and great kid, great kid at that time. Everything was there, and Thomas Robinson was supposed to be the second pick in the draft that year by all the, mock drafts experts, blah blah blah. And so he starts to fall, and pretty. Oh, can you pass this guy? This guy can this if it, certainly you got power forward needs, blah blah blah. Well, if you didn't. Sometimes you just should go with what you know.
Mm-hmm.
I always say with the draft and the lottery, you don't have to get the best one. Just make sure you don't make get a bust or a mistake. I mean, in other words, maybe Chet Holmgren will never be an all-star, but if he's a really good player for 12 years, you're not going to regret that pick.
Yeah.
Every year there's somebody picked later. I mean, I wouldn't say that Benedict Mathurin he might turn out to be by far the best player this whole draft.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. You guys don't know. He doesn't know. But that's the history of the draft. That's why there's a Jokic that goes in the second round, and a Kawhi Leonard and Giannis Antetokounmpo 15 and 16, and Jimmy Butler 30. That's a reality of not only is it a lottery in the pick that you get, it's a lottery after you pick.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Jerry, you've been on the other side of the table where you're making the pick. I mean, you even had a draft where you had 4 first rounders. Mm-hmm. And when you're in that situation, how do you gauge best player available versus best fit? And where is it that you start to look at the break? Like where it's like, okay, I got Lionel Simmons at number 7. That's the best player available. But then when I get to 14, I got Travis Mays or 3 other players. I've got Dwayne Coswell and Anthony Bonner at 19 and 22. Like, where is it that you start to say, hey, I need to make sure that I'm getting the best player available, but then at some point I got to start filling some needs?
Well, I think, in that case, it was a total rebuild. So you're really looking for guys, honestly, just simply guys you think can have careers in the league. and in three of the cases, it turned out for where they were picked, they did. They were. I think Lionel was runner up for Rookie of the Year. Coswell played 10, 12 years, and Bonner about 8 or 9 years, late picks. Travis Mays was a mistake, and I traded him after his first year for Spud Webb because and I think that's another thing that is not done enough is recognizing when you made a mistake and move off of it quicker. You can go back to some of the mistakes in recent years, whether it's been Nick Stauskas or Ben McLemore, Willie Cauley-Stein. All those guys probably, if you'd have made the decision, these aren't the guys. There were still some more value attached to them than when you finally did figure it out, or it took too much longer to figure it out. And I think, seems to me that I've always thought the better franchises, are quicker to recognize their mistakes and move off of them. And everybody's makes them, by the way. But the better franchises seem to, when they do, they don't say, "Well, we drafted him. We gotta keep him and develop him for 5 years, and then realize, oh, he's not very good."
Well, I mean, the 2003 WNBA draft was probably your finest moment as a general manager. I mean, that's just my personal opinion, but I think you executed a trade that day. That was certainly a game changer for that organization.
It was. I always thought getting Kara Lawson for Kedra Holland-Corn, who was also, I was really proud of that draft. She was a 3rd round pick, and was a very good player, not as good as Kara, but to get Kara. I think she was a 3rd, 4th, 5th pick, whatever, in that draft, and we got her from Detroit. So that was maybe my second best trade of all time. I would say probably the Mitch Richmond for Billy Owens trade would be number one.
I'm a little biased. I would go the other.
You would be, and I understand, and I can't say you're even wrong, but I think the fact that Mitch also turned into Chris Webber on the way out.
Probably some value in that too. Yeah.
To me, that gives that move a little edge. You know what I'm
saying? You're listening to D-Lo and Casey along with James Ham and Jerry Reynolds here on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, Jerry, he brought up the WNBA. There's been murmurs. We don't want to fully report what we've heard, but there's been some murmurs of a potential return of the Monarchs. What do you think that would mean? I mean, you're someone who is so in it at that point, and even at that point, I know the stories behind the scenes that a lot of the Kings front office guys weren't big fans of the WNBA, but I think a lot of that's changed at this point. I think if there is more of an acceptance of the WNBA, and I think a lot of fans in Sacramento absolutely miss that franchise and having a second team in the building. What would it mean if the Monarchs were to come back?
Well, I think it'd be very well supported. It was, really, if you look at the attendance around the league today, it's went down as the league. But the Monarchs, what we averaged, an actual paid attendance would have been probably second in the league right now. Now I think the problem is always comes back to finances. And so, and I think I've always said the biggest issue I have with the WNBA, and I loved it, is that women need to be more involved in it. We've got a lot of billionaire women in America. They should be buying teams. And, don't be expecting, the NBA and men to do that. I mean, it's great if they do. But I just think it's one of those things that's like, hey, this is a league for women, and certainly as men should be able to enjoy it and be part of it. But I think the leaders of the league ought to be females in ownership and direction of franchises and everything. That's just my opinion.
Jerry, what do you? Because we often talk about you have sat through a lot of bad basketball over
Yes,
the
I have. Yes, I have.
years. You and James both have sat through a lot of basketball. One thing that we constantly look for here, even with this particular team, is a leader. Like as a coach, what do you look for in a leader? Like are you able to see one right away and go, yeah, that's the guy right there? Like what are the qualities that you're looking for?
That's a great point and a great question. Yes, you now the great leaders are easy to spot, just like great players. It doesn't take a lot of experience to spot LeBron James at 18 and say, boy, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're just ignorant. But having said that, I think, a leader, the great leaders of teams, they're easy to spot. But leadership in general, you'll see guys who are capable of it that probably need to be encouraged a little bit, given, basically access to do that. Now, the other part of it is they have to be a main player. You can't have Joe Fiducial at the bottom of the 10th man, 12th man being your leader. If that's the case, you've got no leader. That's like saying having your fourth assistant coach being your best coach. Well, if he is, you got more problems than you're going to solve. But having said that, I really believe, and here again, this is watching from afar, and you guys probably are closer to it. But I think Sabonis is the only guy who can be the leader on this team. I think he by his effort, his talent, the fact that guys will want to play with him, and guess why they'll want to play with him? Because he's unselfish, unselfish, and to a fault maybe. But I think he's the guy. He's the guy. Now he's not. I mean, he certainly may not be your most talented player. You don't have to be the most talented. But it's like Vlade Divac was the leader back of the 2000 Kings.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's that's a big part of it. So, but you have to have somebody that the majority of players not only respects but understands that this guy's going to give us his best effort. He's unselfish. He's all about winning, and let's jump on board here. And I think that's where the Kings probably have a chance to make a jump, because I think they have that guy. Now, it'd be nicer if he was Giannis Antetokounmpo, but you can't have everything, right?
Very true. Jerry, as a guy who's been a head coach in the NBA and who's watched so many head coaches come and go, even when I go through and I start counting up how many head coaches there have been in Sacramento Kings history, it always gets a little murky, because I think this Mike Brown is a 20th head coach, but that doesn't include you being the head coach like 17 times.
Yeah, 17 times I think it was. Yeah,
I think it was. Yeah. But I guess when we talk about leadership, and even like you've seen the shift in the modern NBA to where the players are a much bigger personality than they used to be. How much can adding a Mike Brown in an offseason, a guy who's won, a guy who's got pedigree, a guy who just spent the last 6 years on the best dynasty that we've seen in a couple of decades in the Golden State Warriors. But what can he do to change what's happened here? And how can he do something different than, just in my time, than what Paul Westphal, Keith Smart, Michael Malone, Tyrone Corbin, George Karl, just keep going down the list, Dave Yeager, Luke Walton, what can he do differently?
Well, it's a great question. I mean, I think he's coming in, to his credit, at the right time. He's got a roster. I don't think there's a bad guy on it. Some of those other coaches had some really bad guys to deal with that probably bordered on uncoachable. And that's tough for a coach to coach uncoachable people. And so I think that's a plus. Mike's had success as a head coach. And so that he's coming in with credibility. I do think it's so different in today's game, though, with head coaches. I mean, they've got so many assistant coaches. It's a real key to hiring staff and delegating responsibilities properly. It's like, say, I'm so old school. I remember, when you had one assistant, and I mean, the head coach basically worked with players. I know that's a strange concept, but you actually worked with them, taught them skills, spent time with them. And today it's, basically you've got all these developmental guys, and that's good. I mean, there's nothing bad about it except that, they've all got kind of like players. They've all got their own personality, sometimes a little agenda. And so it's a real key to get the right guys. And I've really been impressed with how he's hired his staff, getting guys that he really feels comfortable with, as he should, who at the kind of the top spots with him. And so, that's where it stopped. I mean, you got to kind of, the old Bear Bryant statement, I always remember reading his book about near the end of his career and at Alabama as a football coach. And he said, I really don't coach players anymore. I coach coaches. He said, other than the quarterback and a couple other guys, I don't know who they are. And I mean, I think there's a lot more truth than we want to believe, sure. and the NBA isn't to that level, but as I mean, that's a big part of it. You really got to get your staff on board and all pulling in the same direction. And so as a coach, you're getting credibility and get all your players on board as well as your staff. And it's certainly good things can happen. I thought, a good case in point, obviously, was Ime Udoka was terrific. Willie Green. I thought Chris Finch in Minnesota obviously changed things up there. You can. Taylor Jenkins in Memphis, I mean, marvelous job.
Yeah.
Those guys were able to change things rapidly.
Yeah.
And how did they do it? And I think it's a lot of what we just kind of talked about.
I think it was so strange, Jerry, too, that the knock on Mike Brown was, but what'd he do without LeBron? Or what'd he do without Kobe? Or like some of these coaches are looked down on because they coach superstars, as if coaching a superstar is easy. Like there's like I'm sure I'm sure they each come with their challenges, coaching a group of bad players and then coaching arguably two of the greatest players that ever lived. But there's still challenges that I thought Mike Brown was very, very, very good at.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, I think that's a part that sometimes isn't fair. It used to be you got, I've always said it's like if my first job had been like Pat Riley's with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson, James Worthy, I think I'd have done a lot better than I did. But I also say I don't think I could have had near the success Pat Riley. He was wired different. I mean, he sort of transfigured himself into becoming Pat Riley, a different person. Well, I wouldn't have been able to do that or wanted to do that. But
you could slick your hair back, get you nice.
I could have done that. I don't think anybody would have bought it for a second, but that's okay. but I do think that with Mike, I think he's gotten an unfair rap there a little bit. I mean, what did he do with his teams? Well, he won games. Did he win as many as somebody thought he should? And that's always the case. It's like, I always thought Kenny Atkinson at Brooklyn. Did he win a lot of games? No. He probably won more than he probably should have. And that's how you're supposed to judge it. But I think, I think it goes both ways. Sometimes you don't win enough, so you're fired because they're bad. That's okay. That happens. And then now you get fired because, they're good, but they're not good enough. They're not going to be able to get the ring. It's like, last time I checked, 1 out of 30 will do that. No more. So everybody else is a failure, I guess. And I just don't buy that at all.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Jerry, when you look at the squad that they've put together for this season, it's deeper. It still has some holes, but do you think they're done? Would you like to see a couple more things? We talked about it earlier with the leadership thing, where your best, if your best leader is the 11th best person on your team, well, I could say the same thing about defense. Like if your best defender is your 7th man or your 6th man, there's probably a problem. And do you think that they can still address some of their needs, including like a defensive presence?
Well, that may be the most important question. I mean, this roster, I think, is improved, but it's not a finished product. It's not going to contend for the upper echelon of the playoffs. I think, my own opinion is I know the Vegas has them at 31 or 2 games, early. I see him as potentially a 38 to 40 win team if Mike Brown has the impact I think he can. And I thought getting Kevin Herter and Monk were outstanding pick gets, for shooting, which they needed, and then Murray. But to your point, yeah, they could use. I mean, really, Davion is the only, in my mind, great defender, and I think he is great. I mean, I really do. I think, I don't think he's getting enough credit. People just automatically putting him as 7th, 8th man. I'm not sure I do that. Like you said, if you want to improve your defense, one of the ways is get the damn better defender out there. And I don't know about you guys, but I noticed at the end of the year, most teams were scheming against him, which tells you something. There's that, like even a Steph Curry, they're getting him extra screens to get away from the little rascal. I mean, he's a pain in the ass. And so many of the Kings guys, no, they're not pains in the ass. They're very, very, very gentle folk. So that'd be, I know I'm old school, but I'd find a way to figure out a way to get Davion out there 30 something minutes every night. I don't care whether he start. I care less, but he's going to be out there because he could set the tone defensively.
I feel like he could be a leader. When we were talking about leaders earlier, I feel like he could be that guy.
Agree with you there. Just go back quick and I'll say one thing.
Yeah.
He was the best player on a national champion and the leader of a national champion. Mm-hmm. Name all the guys on the current roster that you said about. We're done. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. You're the best, man. It's been great catching up with you. Thank you for spending so much time with us today. We really
my pleasure. Anytime, guys. You guys are. I enjoy your show really a lot, really do. And of course, I always say I learned a lot just right down there with James for a couple of years and trying to get excited about the pre and post game show, which I failed miserably in that attempt, by the way.
Understandable. And I can tell you that means a lot to me, Kenny, and Jesse in the studio as well.
And what's Kenny doing on vacation? My God, he's been with you. Damien, it's a vacation when he's working with you.
Yeah, well, to be fair, it's his birthday.
Oh, okay.
So he's off celebrating in Las Vegas. His son has a tournament out there as well. So he's earned the day off. Thankfully, I have Ham here to carry the show. And you.
Yeah, you got to go in there with you, no question.
I'm lucky. That's Jerry Reynolds. We're back with more on ESPN 1320. All right, we're off the radio. Great stuff, Jerry. Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys. Have a good week.
Coming on, man. It's good seeing you.
All right.
Let's get coffee soon.
Okay. See you.
All right. We'll see you, Jerry. I did see that. Yeah.
Yeah. Vince McMahon out.
That is okay. Okay, Vince. I'll wait for it. I'll wait till we get on the radio. Give me a break. What are we doing?
I'm going to stand up for 2 seconds. I'll be right here. But
yeah, go ahead. No, you're fine. Good, man. Appreciate you. Say that again, Jesse. Oh no, I'm sure in his mind he thinks that's what he's doing. Sure, but he's done this before. Like he's tried to step away before. It's interesting that the Triple H announcement came this morning, and then this followed it up.
He's 77.
Yeah,
that's
surprising. He looks it. Yeah, he looks it.
Huh?
I mean,
know he's that old.
Yeah, I mean, he's been doing this for a long time. No, I don't own WWE stock. There was a time where I absolutely regretted it. Got as low as I think it was like $7, and I told the woman who handles that stuff, keep an eye on this. And she was kind of like, the stock is weird. I was like, no, I know, just keep an eye on it. And I think she did for a while. And not that anyone could see this coming, but in a year's time, the launch of the network, all these different things happened. It ballooned up to like 90 or 100. And I was like, oh man. And then it dropped. I don't know where it's at now. It's settled down quite a bit, but yeah, it was great hearing Jerry, wasn't it? Like it's fun to talk to him.
He's my favorite. We drove down to, I was his and Doug's driver. Like I would pick both of them up at their houses to go to the studio in San Francisco. and we had a lot of good times. I did get Jerry to buy an iPhone because he only had a flip phone forever. And then we got in the car one day and we were driving across the causeway, and I remember we couldn't think of a player's name. And that's very unusual. Between the two of us, we can usually come up with just about anything.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I opened my phone and I handed it to him, and I had a basketball reference pulled up. I said, "Here, just look for him." And he was sitting there and he's like, "Okay, I've got to get this. I've got to get one of these." I'm like, all right. So yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. He's really just such a nice man. You know what I mean? Like I know that's a weird thing to say, and I don't mean this to be like, you just meet so many terrible people. Jerry is such a wonderful person, man. He is such a wonderful person.
I agree. Him and Gary Gerald both are just two of the nicest men you'll ever meet.
Yeah.
And one of them curses and one of them doesn't. So that changes things a little bit, but yeah, Jerry's my dude. Both of them are. I just think the world of. So.
Yeah, we got some good ones here. I mean, you could even, even throw Jay Ross into that. Like Jason is.
Oh yeah, just one of the best people ever.
Like he's in a business of assholes, and he just really stands out as a great guy.
Yeah, he does. He's one of the best people you're going to run into. There's a lot of good dudes. If you're around this Sacramento long enough, like there's a lot of good people.
Yeah.
So.
That's I agree. That's very true. Very, very true. Oh man. All right. So yeah, we'll have some fun here, and then it's Trysta, Kyle, and Matt. We're rolling.
Good. Yeah, this thing is going to go by quickly. And
why was that a shot? That wasn't a shot at nobody. I just said Jason's wonderful. I didn't take a shot at anybody. What do you mean? Business is full of assholes, though. I mean, Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, live on YouTube, man. Again, a big thank you to Jerry Reynolds for joining us. We don't get to talk to him for that long, that often. So it was a treasure catching up with him, getting his thoughts on this team and coaching Mike Brown, the history of this team and all of that. Twitter's buzzing because apparently Vince McMahon is retiring. He tweeted today at 77, it's time for me to retire. Thank you, WWE Universe. Then, now, forever, together. Hashtag WWE, hashtag thankful. Something tells me he didn't tweet that. What's funny about this is Vince McMahon, let's just completely ignore like the 4 billion lawsuits that are going on right now and the sexual harassment cases and all of that stuff. Well, this is the same dude who blew himself up in a limousine because he wanted to be off TV. This is the same dude who has tried to write himself off of television a million times. You're the main shareholder in this company. What does retire mean when you're the main shareholder in the company? Does that mean you're going to stop writing the crappy TV that you've been putting out there for like the last 5 years? Does that mean you're going to turn that over to your daughter, your son-in-law, or somebody else? Like, what does it mean when Vince McMahon says he's going to retire? You own the company. You are a micromanager. No, there ain't a wrestling fan. You're going to see this pushed out from Newsweek and CNN and Time. And I guarantee you every wrestling fan is looking at this laughing like, yeah, okay, this is just like when he blew himself up in the limo. He ain't going nowhere. Why'd you blow yourself up in a limo as a TV story, as a storyline, Mr. McMahon? Well, I can't be on TV if I'm dead. All right, Vince. Sure, you're retiring.
We'll need a Jim Gray special. He's back.
Oh man, he's oh no, we don't need anything involving Jim Gray, James. Stop that.
Put a sweater on him. Put him out there. He's back.
Put him in front of a Boys and Girls Club.
That's right, Boys and Girls Club. Oh no.
Let's not do that.
Let's not. Hopefully this is the last time that maybe he does step away. Maybe he won't ever come back.
So I think he's already hired the right people to run the WWE to run the company. Like he hired Nick Khan from CAA. Like you're hiring one of the most high-powered agents in the game, and he's the CEO of the company. He's been behind some of the biggest deals that the WWE has executed. WWE financially is in tremendous shape. WWE's product, what they put on television each week, is essentially it's garbage with very, very few exceptions. It's not good television, but their income is far greater. I think they've grossed more money this year or last year than they have ever. Like they have these deals with NBC Universal, with Peacock, with Fox. Like they have billions and billions of dollars worth of deals. The company in that sense is in great shape. If they allow, like Vince McMahon, they have the same people around Vince McMahon who wrote Hulk Hogan versus Andre the Giant in 1987 writing television today. It's not the same product anymore. Like you have to appeal to a younger fan base. And I think if you're able to get people who understand the younger fan base a little bit better in there, writing the television, producing the television, and making WWE a compelling product again, I think you see your television ratings go up. And then when these deals with NBC and Fox come up, boom, you're a billionaire all over again. You're signing, multiple billions of dollars worth of deals in those television rights contracts. So we'll see if it's for real. I highly, highly, highly doubt that it is. But that's the thing. Like I watch, I've been a wrestling fan since I was 6 years old, and I know that it's not for me anymore. I don't know who it's for, but I know it's not for me. Like it's not written for me to sit down and enjoy it, because some of the stuff is just like, this is dumb. What am I going to do with this? Like I can't do anything with this.
I watched when I was young, but that was about it. Like I love Leapin' Lenny and the British Bulldogs.
And Lanny Poffo. Did you know that was the Macho Man's brother?
No.
That's Leapin' Lanny Poffo is the Macho Man's. That is the most random wrestler to like, by the way. You won't bump across very many people our age who go, oh, I love Leaping Lanny Poffo. Like no one says that.
He threw frisbees into the crowd, right?
He did. He would read poems and then he would throw frisbees into the crowd. You know what? When he became evil and he turned heel, do you recall what his name was then?
No.
It was the Genius. And the thing is he would take the same poems that he would read and throw out on frisbees, and he'd use them to talk down to people because he has this incredible way in which he spoke, and he spoke with this dialect like this. And what's so funny is like you would think it was a gimmick, but it wasn't. Like when he talks, he very much talks like this. I am the brother of the Macho Man, Randy Savage. And he would use it to talk down to you like, James, you're not a James Ham, you're a James Ham and Egger. And that's how he became the bad guy. So he went from Leaping Lanny Poffo, the guy that would throw frisbees into the crowd, to the Genius, where he was evil.
Oh, that's awesome.
You're welcome.
That's a good a good origin story of the evil. How Leapin' Lenny turned evil. Yeah, I mean, I liked watching the cartoon. I'll say that when I was a kid, I liked watching with Junkyard Dog and Captain Lou.
Here you go. It's a history lesson time before we get back to the Kings. The Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling. The voice of the Junkyard Dog, James Avery, Uncle Phil from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
All right.
The voice of Hulk Hogan. This will resonate with other people more than it does me, but I know I believe his name's Brad Garrett. He was on Everybody Loves Raymond.
Yeah, big tall guy.
He was the brother on Everybody Loves Raymond. He was the voice of Hulk Hogan on that cartoon.
Oh, that's amazing. That's good stuff.
I'm full of useless wrestling knowledge, man. Like I got you. I got you.
If only wrestling was as big as all the other sports, and you could just sit here and
we'd murder it. Like you couldn't touch us if like wrestling was like, if I was on the air in 1997, 1998 when the Attitude Era was hot and there were 6, 7, 8, 9 million people watching wrestling every week. Oh, you couldn't touch us.
Build your brand on
WWE. Yeah, we'd be unstoppable.
That's amazing.
Instead, we're building our brand on the Kings. I actually would I'd love to pick up just kind of where we left off with Jerry Reynolds right there, because we were talking about leaders and leaderships, and he was, a bit big and understandably so on Domantas Sabonis and his potential leadership for this team. And then we kind of got into a conversation about Davion Mitchell, and Davion is a guy who I can absolutely see being a leader. And it kind of all goes back to the same thing I constantly say. If you clearly define what his role is and allow him to be a main piece, even if he's not a starter, but if he's a 27 to 30 minute a night guy, if he's in, select closing lineups, if it's clear from jump that Davion is as important as any of the 5 guys who start the game, I think he could be a leader type for this team. And I posed the question, James, on our YouTube page, youtube.com/ESPN1320, who will have a breakout season for the Kings? And I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. The 4 options were Davion, Kevin Huerter, Domantas Sabonis, and Malik Monk.
Okay. I'll throw the other one in that I think could have a breakout season. And it's a weird one, but I also think De'Aaron Fox can have a breakout season.
So I couldn't decide what to do there. You're only allowed 4 slots, and I thought if I put De'Aaron here, would he get I couldn't figure out if he would run away with the most votes or everyone would be like, nah, it's not him, and he'd be the least votes. So I just left him off the list completely.
No, we've talked about this a little bit, but Davion is the one player that has, you think where his ceiling is, but you're not sure, but there's still room for him to grow. And so he's the one guy where you're looking at him and you're like, okay, what can he bring that's different? What can he add to his game that will help impact this team? Clearly, he's got to shoot the ball better, but I would almost stake my reputation as a writer who watches basketball for a living to tell you that he's a much better shooter than what we saw last year. Everything looks right. The form is right. Everything is right. The only thing that I think he did to himself last year is he didn't know how to manage his energy level, and he worked too hard during the regular season, and I think it took away from his ability to shoot 38 to 40% from 3. I think he's going to, everything tells me he's going to be a really, really good shooter. So I think he can improve there. I think overall, we saw it early in his rookie season, he wasn't a great distributor. He wasn't a great setup man. But then the last half of the season, when you needed to play him major minutes because you had injuries or illness, I thought that was perfect. You got him in the league, focused on defense. You got him starting to improve as a scorer. You saw him starting to get more consistent. Now the one thing that was really lacking was his ability to be that secondary distributor. And you gave him that opportunity, and I felt like he grew greatly towards the end of the season. And coming into next year, I think those last 20 games were so incredibly important for Davion Mitchell. It gave him the ability to be the guy, to run everything, to be the focal point, and I thought he did a really good job. And so now we move into year 2. He's got some point guard experience under his belt. You're still going to see mainly Fox and the ball run through Domantas Sabonis for major minutes. But I think that rookie season was perfect. It gave him a taste of everything. It also showed him that, look, you cannot work out for 3 hours on a game day. That's just not how it works. And not only a game day, you work out for 3 hours, you get done with a game, and he goes over and shoots another, 1,000 shots. There comes a point where your body can't recover. And I think he pushed the limits on that the whole season. The fact that he didn't have an injury was pretty stunning. A major injury, because he just worked so hard. But I love that you have a player that you have to tone back on that side. He's going to be a guy who's going to be impactful. And I think if there's one other player that I think can really bust out, it is Huerter. Because if Huerter just gets, 3 more shots per game that he did in Atlanta, and those 3 shots that he's taken are 3-point shots, then you're looking at 3.6 points per game, his statistics going up. And all of a sudden, he's a really solid 6'7", multifunctional shooting guard in the league. And I think that's a guy that you can easily see the path for improvement.
Kevin Huerter was 10 shots per game last year, 5.6 3-pointers per game, and 12.1 points per game. So, yeah, you can understand the idea of getting to, just below 16 points per game being tremendous. for him as a player and just massive for the Sacramento Kings. 47% of the people who voted over on youtube.com/ESPN1320, by the way, believe Davion Mitchell will be the player who has the breakout season. I'm super intrigued by your thoughts there on Kevin Huerter. And one of the interesting, I keep talking about a role for Davion and Mike Brown, for me, my personal list of important things for Mike Brown to do. Finding how you're going to best utilize Davion Mitchell is really, really near the top of that. But we've, talked about starters, Kevin Huerter or Malik Monk, who's going to start in that position. Kevin Huerter or Malik Monk at the 2. I'd rephrase it a little bit in terms of my important list, Damien's important list for Mike Brown is what are you going to do with Kevin Huerter and Malik Monk? Like, how are you going to best utilize both of them? Like, you acquired them within, 20-something, 30-something hours of each other. Like, what are you going to do to make sure you maximize both of them and one of them doesn't feel like they're drowned out by the other?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty easy, to be honest. Huerter is a guy who scores within the flow of an offense. That's who he is. That's who he was in Atlanta. That's how he's going to make his name in the league. He has some shot creation ability, but he's not going to be doing a bunch of shot creation. He's not going to be a primary distributor, but he can cut off the ball. He's great in the mid-range, shoots the 3 ball with high efficiency and can get better at that. And he's a guy who plays really well off the ball. Monk is a guy who is, I mean, in a perfect world, he's a 6-man. He's a guy coming in and just trying to score, create, get up shots. So I think that there's a pretty easy dynamic to see. Again, Huerter is a better defender than Monk. I think Huerter is a starter on day one because now you're looking at a 6'7" starting shooting guard, and as opposed to worrying about your backcourt being too small, I think that you walk into the season with, like, you take advantage of the fact that you have a big shooting guard. But the thing that makes it easy to get both of these guys on the court together is Huerter's size. Like, he can slide over and play the 3. So I think we're going to see a lot of 3-guard sets, but I don't even think that they're really truly 3-guard sets. I think we're going to see Davion, Monk, and Huerter together. I think we could see 3-guard sets with Davion, Monk, and Terrence Davis together, and just go up-tempo and crazy and flying all over the court. Your primary guys, your primary set roster, in my opinion, would be, of course, Fox and Huerter starting with Barnes as of right now, Murray, and Sabonis. But you can see a lot of like little different ideas that could pop up and how you could play different ways. And it's because you do have some versatility on the roster. You have players like Huerter and Davis that can play the 2 and the 3. You've got guys like Barnes and even Keegan Murray might be able to play a little bit 3, but they can play the 3 and the 4. You can do a lot of different things. And I'm excited to see how Mike Brown deals with all of that, how he makes adjustments on the fly, how he disguises the weakness of some of his players, which is going to be a huge issue. If you can put Davion next to Monk while they're undersized, you're still not going to be horrible defensively because of Davion's ability to shut down sort of the best player on the other team at that point, the best perimeter player. So I like the versatility. I think there's a lot to be liked about what's happening right now.
We haven't even brought up Domantas Sabonis. I don't even know what a breakout season looks like for Domantas Sabonis for the Sacramento Kings. I mean, I thought Davion, for me, it's establishing a role. You broke down Kevin Huerter's ability to be able to get more shots here, and if you broke that percentage down to a certain number, you broke that number down to a certain number of shots, the percentage leads you upping your points to damn near 16 per game. Like, I don't know what it looks like for Sabonis. Sabonis has been a multi-time All-Star. I think we kind of expect him, double with what, 5-6 assists to go with it. Like, I feel like our expectations for him, which is part of the reason I left De'Aaron on that, potential breakout star of the season. That's part of the reason I left him off the list too, because I certainly, and I think we all expect a ton from him. We expect him to be, 20 points per game, 20 plus points per game, 6, 7, 8 assists, something like that per game. But with Domas, what does a breakout season look like for him? Are we talking like we're going from all-star to all-pro type season where he's 20, 10, and 8 like that? I mean, those are extraordinary numbers that seem completely far-fetched, but that would absolutely be a breakout season.
I'll tell you this. When it comes to Sabonis, where I think he makes the biggest stride is by making the players around him better. And when he got to the Kings last year, his usage was, it's a little under 22% with Indiana. It jumps up to 24% with the Kings. His assist percentage jumped from 22% to 28%. And there's one other time during his career when he was an all-star where he had a 27.5 assist percentage. The problem that he had last year with the Kings is even though he finished the season with 5.8 assists in his 15 games with the Kings, how many shots did they miss? Because I know that I watched one clank after another, after another, after another. The fact that they went out and got, 3 really good 3-point shooters to replace a guy in Justin Holiday who just couldn't hit the 3 here in Sacramento, but also, a guy in DiVincenzo that was totally inconsistent. If you give Sabonis knockdown shooters, he's going to average, take that 5.8 number and push it up to 7.5. He's a guy, in my opinion, that can start to show you not Jokic-esque point scoring numbers, but he can get to 20 points. He can get to 12 to 14 rebounds, and then he can get to 7 or 8 assists per game as a major hub on this team. And that's how he gets back to the All-Star game. Even in the West, he can get to the All-Star game. It won't be easy, but if he puts up that many 3-point shots, that many assists, and he starts to refine some of the other aspects of his game, that's where we're going to see him take a major leap.
I'm looking at his, I think I said 20, 10, and 8 gets him, does that get you all pro numbers? He was 19, 12, and 6 last year. That was in his time with the Sacramento Kings. He was 19. That's essentially was his average period, 19.
And I'll even
in 5.2.
I'll flash this up there too. 20, 12, and 8. This is from Jacob Z in the chatty house for Sabonis, and the Kings are a playoff team. That is the point. If he does that, they make the playoffs. If he can get up to that high, because that means that the offense is under control, and it's under his control, and he's the one who's dictating. He's not a mistake-prone guy. He's not someone that just is going to go out there and allow a 5-0 run by the opponent to go to a 12-0 run. He's one of those guys that breaks runs, and that's something that the Kings haven't had since Zebo, and even Zebo was for 5 minutes. But that's something that the Kings lack. You need a player that when it all hits the fan, you feed him, he makes the right choice, whether it's getting something for himself or getting an easy bucket for his teammates. We won't see this erratic moment where 7 straight shots are just bad shots. And it's something we saw last year. When you got a team that's pushing an 8-0 run and you take a 24-foot three-pointer with 20 seconds on the shot clock, if you're a coach, you just give up. We're not going to win this game. That's not what this season will be about. It'll be about when things go bad, get the ball to Fox, get the ball to Sabonis, run a 2-man game, figure it out, and then off of those two, have Keegan Murray cutting, have Harrison Barnes cutting, have Kevin Huerter waiting for a wide open 3. Those are things that can be different this year for the Kings, and what can elevate them from a 30-win team to a 40 or even a 45 if everything goes right. If you hit on a bunch of things, you make the right moves. That's where you can really change the direction of this team, is by having stability on the court at all times.
It's amazing to me that a player who averaged 18, 12, and 5 this organization was looked at like they were idiots for trading for. The Tyrese for Domantas Sabonis deal was just universally laughed at by the national media. And this isn't a thing where you go at Tyrese. I'm not trying to go at Tyrese. I like Tyrese Halliburton. I'm just confused as to how you go acquire a player who averages 18, 12, and 5. And you look at that like this organization just did something like catastrophically stupid. It's incredible to me. Sabonis has, and you love pointing out ages. Sabonis is 25 years old, but turning 26 years old. Like, there's still so much more ahead of him. Again, it speaks to this is all a countdown to that free agency period where he's going to be available. That this organization has to put every piece in place to make sure that he's playing all of his prime years here in Sacramento, because those are impressive numbers, man. And it's really that assist number. I think Monty really did a fantastic job this offseason. He really did an incredible job.
Yeah, but Sabonis has the potential to be an All-NBA player. Like, he's already done, like, the All-Star game thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's possible that the Kings could go from a team that hasn't had an All-Star since DeMarcus Cousins and has only had, if you take Cousins 2 or 3 years in Sacramento as an All-Star, I think 3. And before that, they hadn't had an All-Star since, I think it was 2003 with Brad Miller and Peja Stojakovic. They could easily have 2 All-Stars this year. The way they do that is to win. That's it. They've got players that, statistically speaking, can be All-Stars. But if you don't win, you don't make the All-Star team. And so if you get out of the gate hot and Fox is rolling and Sabonis is rolling, you're going to have a shot. You're going to have a shot to not only make the playoffs, but to have 2 guys that are representing you at All-Star Weekend, because they have that talent. It's just you don't give the nod to guys on bad teams all the time. And you got to prove that you can do it multiple years. And Sabonis has already proven that. Fox is a guy who averaged 25 points a game 2 years ago.
Yeah. We'll talk more Kings and more NBA with Trysta Krick when she joins us next here on D-Lo and Casey with James Ham, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320. Oh, I don't know why I moved that.
Yeah, I don't think that Sabonis has reached his ceiling. That's and Tyrese hasn't. I think the biggest thing I believe is that Sabonis can refine what he does in a way that's even more impactful on the court and take steps to improve. Where Tyrese has this weird thing where when he's given the keys to the car, like, he takes it to the racetrack. But when other players step up, he usually takes a step back. And that's what happened here in Sacramento with Fox. And I think he's going to be, like, tremendous. I do. I think he can be a 20-10 guy. But I don't know that 20-10 and losing 50 games is all that impactful. So, I hope that it works out. But they got a lot of work to do to build a team in Indiana. And they're trying to go take major steps back to take steps forward. So, yeah, again, we're talking about a player who averaged like 12 points and 8 assists, and I love Tyrese Halliburton. I think he's got a great chance to be incredible. But Sabonis is a 2-time All-Star. Like, if he makes 4 more All-Star teams, he's a Hall of Famer. Like, and he's already got 2 on his resume, so the chance of him getting to that level is pretty solid. Especially if he takes a franchise that is, a poverty franchise that has been bad for 16 years and turns them into a winner.
Yeah. Yeah. Winning changes everything. I mean, I don't know. Pacers are winning this year. They're going to have some hiccups. I don't think they'll be awful, but I think they're going to have a lot of – I don't think they're going to be good. I think they're going to have a lot of – they're going to have a lot of 30, 40-point losses this year. Just where things just aren't clicking for that young team.
Yeah. Well, that and like you're gonna see a guy like Buddy Hield if he's still there on that team, who just goes out there and knows they're going to lose and just puts up monster stats.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be like, oh man, the Kings gave up on Buddy Hield. It's like, okay, come on.
Oh yeah, that'll be
Yeah, I mean that it will. It'll be, and if they're not winning, then it doesn't matter. That's at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. And if you can start stringing together some playoff seasons, then that deal just looks better and better and better every step of the way. It won't even matter what Tyrese does. If you're making the playoffs, and especially if they're not, but if you're making the playoffs and you fully unlock De'Aaron Fox with Sabonis, you did the right thing. Especially if you're able to keep him. That's going to be the big deal.
I think you are very, very wrong in this regard.
Oh, no, you're way off there, man.
The Pacers will have a better record.
I'll keep saying this. This is going to be this.
The Pacers are going to be as bad as some like I think Kenny thinks they're just terrible. I don't think they're quite that, but I don't think they'll have a better record than the Kings.
If they give up Miles Turner, they're going to be.
Yeah, that's interesting because it feels like they're trying to do more.
Yeah,
like they're trying to. It's like one more year. They want like you were talking about a couple days ago. They want that one more year when they stink.
Oh, totally. I mean,
they want that draft pick.
That's going to be the difference between the haves and the have-nots this year. Teams that want to win games will win 5 or 6 games more than they would have in a normal season because there are going to be so many teams that don't want to win at all. That's just my opinion, but like, let's meet up halfway through the season and on the same topic and see how it is. Let's meet up at the end of the season on the same topic. If the Kings get off to a bad start, if they have major injury problems, sure, they could start tanking for Victor. How do we?
Wembanyama.
Yeah, Wembanyama. Yeah.
Will Halliburton be an all-star next year in the East? No. We're coming back. I don't think so. We're coming back. So the question was, you made a weird face, so now you need to answer. The question was, will Halliburton be an all-star in the East? Oh, next year. Yeah, that's the question. Will Halliburton be an all-star next year in the East? And you kind of made a face like, because I said no, and you made a face.
Well, I mean, he can put up all-star numbers, but it will, like, first of all, you're playing in Indiana, which is like playing in Sacramento. So it's not like, for some reason, like, fans in Sacramento, while they love their Kings, they don't go online and do a bunch of voting for the All-Star game. I'm not sure why they don't, but the fan vote is factored in as part of, whether a player makes the All-Star team or not. So that's one strike. The other strike is that you play in Indiana and you're a bad team, so you're not going to be on national TV at all. So it's going to be whatever people think of Halliburton. And while he's around the league, he's beloved by media folks, and rightfully so. I mean, he's a gem to talk to. He has a little more positivity and a little more buzz. But if that is a 25 or 30 win team, he's not making the All-Star game. He's not, like, so few times have we seen like a really good player on a horrible team make the All-Star team. And it's usually because they're like the flashiest, biggest name, like a Zion. If he can turn heads and make the All-Star, like something like that. But I think the only guy I can think of that was like a good player, but on a really, really bad team was Kevin Love. He made a couple All-Star teams when that team, and it's a small market team, it's a obscurity team, that kind of deal.
DeMarcus did it here. Well,
yes, DeMarcus did it here, but DeMarcus was also like the best center in the game.
Yeah.
Like there's a difference.
He really had to stand out. Like he had to be great for a year before they were like, all right, let's put him in the All-Star game.
Well, and I'll even say this, the year before he made the All-Star team, he deserved to make it. He averaged like 22 points a game.
Yeah.
And then Chris Paul got hurt right before, and they didn't even give him the All-Star nod then. They gave it, I think, to Dragan Bender. I mean, not Goran Dragic. They gave Goran Dragic it was Chris Paul went down like right before the All-Star game, and everyone's like, "Oh, will Cousins make it?" And then no was the answer. Like they skipped over him again, so he wasn't going to make. He had to do so much in order to get to the All-Star game, and what he did when he made the All-Star team, what was it, 24, 25 points a game? I mean, he was a monster his first year he made the All-Star team.
Yeah. This came up because apparently the Buddy Hield to the Lakers Part 2 appears to have once again ended in failure. As I guess the deal, I wasn't. We had speculated on what this might look like, but I guess the deal was Russ and a first from the Lakers to the Pacers for not just Buddy Hield, but for Miles Turner as well. And I guess, is that a salary dump? Like, why would Indiana do that? You get the pick. I understand that you get the pick. You're getting Russ, whether you're buying Russell Westbrook out or he's here this year, he's gone next year. Is that just to move off of Buddy Hield's money?
Yeah,
I don't get that at all.
If you're Indiana, that it would be just to move off Buddy Hield's money. And if I'm Indiana and that's the offer, first of all, they asked for a second first, and that's when the deal died. That's what I read this morning.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't think if you're Indiana, you can't move Miles Turner for a first-round pick right now?
That's what I mean. Yeah, like we thought there was some other version of a Buddy Hield Lakers trade in there. I didn't realize Miles Turner. That seemed to steal a line from James Ham. I believe that is poor asset management right there by the Indiana Pacers. I feel like you could do much better with Miles Turner in a separate deal.
Yeah, that's where I would be looking. I think Miles Turner's in the final year of his deal. Yeah, he's owed $17.5 million this year, and it's his final year of the deal. But you also get his bird rights, so you can retain him. You can sign him. You can give him more money than any other team. If I'm a team like Charlotte, we've talked about Rashawn Holmes being a good spot there. They did draft Mark Williams out of Duke, I believe. But if I'm like, that's still a team, especially if, Miles Bridges isn't going to be there. He might have an opportunity to shine there and to actually get a few more touches. And, I still think they need a starting center. That would make a lot of sense to me. He's a good pick and roll guy. He can shoot the three, So I just think that there's a way for you to get to get more assets then. And it's not even it's like the 2027 Lakers pick. You don't even know what that's going to look like by then, because clearly by 2027, LeBron James won't be around. So at least you don't think. I mean, maybe he just keeps going. Who knows?
He's beaten Father Time.
Yeah, he's undefeated so far. Father Time is like looking over, like, what is happening here?
No, Brady has beaten Father Time, and I believe LeBron is beating Father Time. And Trista's with us, but I'm hilariously amused by her trying to set up like her phone, and so I was waiting to bring her onto the screen, but there were just so many like terrible things that seem to have been happening over there. What's up, buddy? Y'all,
I need to jump in. I was listening to the YouTube because obviously I'm a fan. By the way, shout out to you, Damien, and your tan. You look phenomenal. The tank top
Thank you.
Is really working for you.
Thank you.
A real glow to you. Kenny leaves and you just get a glow to you.
I do. It happens when I'm next to James, though. I look a little bit darker whenever James is with me.
I got that. Yeah, I can see how that might be. Miles Turner is not going to get you a first-round pick back. Unfortunately, that's a hit. He's gonna get you probably less than Jeremy Grant got back, which was a 2025 second-round pick, because Miles Turner wants to get paid like Anthony Simons money. And Miles Turner thinks he's gonna get Rudy Gobert type. He thinks he's Rudy Gobert.
So can I just ask a quick question? Are you comfortable? I feel like you're just standing somewhere holding your phone. Like, are you?
What happened was, guys, I have my phone. I'm sitting on a couch.
Okay.
With something in the back. I'm totally comfortable.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
I'm totally comfortable. Here's what happened. I am in New York for an orthodontist appointment because I'm trying to get my smile perfect like Kenny's. And I just decided I'm not on the fan tomorrow. So I decided I'm not going to bring my laptop because I just don't want to bring it with me. And then of course, I remembered midway through, I was in Philly driving from DC to New York. And then I was like, oh no. So we're going to thug this out on the phone. Why not?
Well, you sound great. You look great. It was fun. Me and James.
Well, I was like, can they see me? Is it going to be vertical? Should I horizontally fix it? And then I could see Hammy, who was like, what's going on? What's this?
You're going the wrong way.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it was perfect. I'll take it. Okay, so that you jumped in early because you don't think Miles did. So what do you think of that deal over Buddy? What the Buddy and Turner for Russ and a first in like 3 years?
Oh, I don't like that deal. I think that's why Indiana wants 2 firsts, right? And I don't think they're going to do it for 1. I think they really, and I feel very strongly about this. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen Billions. Where the guy goes, I am not uncertain. I am not uncertain that Indiana is looking to get off of Miles Turner. And they are looking to get off of him and have been, and that's why he's circulated in trade rumors. And they obviously have been testing the market constantly and cannot get a first-round pick back for him. So the asset management is league-wide, I feel. What is your thoughts on this? What's that squint, Hammy?
Well, no. I just want to point this out, and I get that I'm the defender, and I'll do this till I die. Like this is absurd. There's a report. There's something out there from Tim McMahon, who I guess he reached out to Dallas and asked them about their interest in acquiring Russell Westbrook, and their response was, "Hell no." That was the quoted response. Like what are we doing right now? We're talking about Russell Westbrook like he's a scrub. Like we've got to stop this. This disrespect is getting a little bit too much. Like we need to calm down. He's been bad exactly 1 year. Stop this. This is absurd. He was on the worst Laker team in history, and y'all have blamed him for it. Now we're getting these responses of, oh, hell no, I don't want him on my team. Man, get out of here with that.
4 teams, 4 years. All predicated on him.
But that's cap. That's cap. But that doesn't mean anything. Like they were blowing up. He re-signed in Oklahoma City. They were ready to rock. Paul George decided he wanted to leave. Presti went to him and said, "What do you want to do?" He said, "You're blowing."
Wait. No, Mon-Fri. No, Mon-Fri. He wanted to join Kawhi, and then Kawhi flipped that conversation and turned it into Paul George. Come hither. Remember, there was a report about that being a phone conversation and Kawhi not picking up Russell Westbrook's phone calls and then going out and getting Paul George.
How did I miss this story?
Huh?
How did I miss that?
I believe that was reported.
You just gave background information that you thought was reported.
We might have to go back and break this down. Yeah.
What are you thinking, Ham? You're sitting in there, you're squinting around,
I think you can get a first-round pick for Miles Turner.
A good one?
Well, no. Probably in the 20s.
20s?
Yeah, in that range. But still, I think you can get that for Miles Turner. I mean, it has to be the right deal because he makes $17.5 million. So you're going to have a team that has either wide open cap space or has players that are, that you can fit into a deal. Like, again, you brought up Dallas. I think Dallas would be crazy not to go out and get Miles Turner. I mean, if he's available and you can give up a future first, that's a really good fit player for them. I just think he's better than most of the players that you have at that position. And I think there are other teams out there that, are still, if they can upgrade the center position, a guy who is a really good shot blocker and a three-point shooter, I think you can probably find a home for him. I just don't know that getting, it's not just that it's a 2027 Lakers pick. I mean, that it's a 2027 pick. It's that it's a 2027 Lakers pick. And by 2027, LeBron James could be gone. Anthony Davis could be gone. And they could have like 3 new superstars to fill the void. And, your pick is going to be in the late 20s and it's not going to be any good. So, I mean, if I'm Indiana, I'm looking around for a better deal. Maybe I'm calling the Knicks. Maybe like there's a bunch of teams I would be calling and saying, hey.
So you think that he's worth more than Jeremy Grant?
It's circumstantial. Like I think Jeremy Grant, first of all, is a couple of years older, but they were looking to move off of that contract. I'm not quite sure why Detroit moved off of all that money, but they also wanted to free up a spot, and I don't know. Like Jeremy Grant's time was coming to an end in Detroit, and they knew that, so they got what they got. I think they could have got more. I'm surprised they didn't get more. But if that's all he was worth league-wide, I would be stunned. Like, we always heard they were asking for 2 first-round picks for Jeremy Grant, which was excessive. But I certainly thought that they could have done better than they did. Maybe they couldn't, but that just surprised me that was the best that they could get for Jeremy Grant.
I think you could get more for Miles Turner if this wasn't an expiring, and he didn't, from what I can gather, he wants a really big payday.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna pay a first round pick for him, and you're not gonna pay him next year, and he's had health concerns and real inconsistency in his production in terms of like rebounding, my man gets 4 rebounds in a game sometimes. That's unacceptable.
Yeah.
Well, that was the same situation with Grant, though. He's an expiring contract, and he wanted a $120 million extension.
Right. But nobody is being like, well, I played with Miles Turner on Team USA, and I want him, and nobody has it franchised by the balls like Damian Lillard.
True.
It's facts. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. We found the article. Whatever. I don't care about the stupid Clippers story. I don't even want to talk about it. But we found the article just for the record. Speaking
you
of,
did find it. Okay, so yes, okay, good.
I just don't want to talk about it anymore. Speaking of having an organization by the balls, are you buying the Philadelphia 76ers? Are you buying this whole James Harden is the hero stuff?
No, I'm not. I think it's a nice story. I think it's a nice gesture. I think that prolongs his career with Philadelphia, and he's going to continue to get money and get paid handsomely from Daryl Morey. I think it's a situation where if you take everything now, it makes it really hard for Daryl Morey to go to ownership, which we know is a group ownership, right? It's a consortium of guys. And it's really hard to be like, hey, we know we paid him 47, but we also want to extend him another 3 years at that. I think it's just a lot harder. Now you at least say, well, he's a team player. He's willing to take less. He's willing to do what it takes. We got PJ Tucker. Joel Embiid said that he needed a dog just like PJ Tucker. And because of James Harden, we were able to acquire him. Don't you see all the narratives were about James Harden were wrong? Let's give him like a $90 million 3-year deal or more. Mm-hmm. I think it's a finesse to ultimate levels. I'm not like fazed by it. It doesn't change how I feel about James. He needs to get in shape. We know this.
Mm-hmm. He needs to get in shape and stay in shape.
Yes.
Like he's doing the Anthony Davis, workout post, off-season videos like the rest of them are. Like, yeah, all right, cool. Like let's see what happens after a couple of road trips. Let's see what happens after that road trip to Atlanta. And let's see what's taking in after that game.
Have you guys heard about this traveling hookah setup he has?
Another article I think I've missed.
So yeah, apparently James Harden travels with a full hookah setup on the road with the whole hookah man and like all the flavors and a hookah for the road, folks.
He's got a hookah man that comes with him?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
That's wild.
I mean, you can't set up hookahs on your own. It's like very intensive craft.
I guess I would hope that he at least has like a secondary like skill set, like he's also a beard shaper. So a hookah / beard shaper man that you bring with you everywhere.
Snoop's got the weed roller.
Yeah.
I think Snoop's weed roller makes more than I do. Like if you're very good at that, hey,
He brings special oils and all the stuff, and there's a lot of glass with hookah. I would imagine it's hard to like make sure that things don't get broken. All the pieces, all the metal, all the tubes, probably pillows, because you can't have hookah without pillows.
I'm not big like into the hookah thing. Like I've never.
It's a full-on multi-piece thing. It's
And
like
what about-
it's a whole thing.
Is that legal in every state?
No idea about the legality behind it. I just know I've heard there's a hookah
Well,
man.
Well, hookahs
Hookah is like just
are
like tobacco.
legal.
Yeah.
It's just what are you putting in it that maybe it's not, because can't you put your own?
I guess I have no some THC oil. I don't know. I think that might mess around with the hookah. I think that might contaminate it.
the THC would ruin the hookah. Well,
Obviously.
I guess. I mean, that's interesting. Now I got to Google James Harden's hookah man. I need to learn more about this.
He's a guy with a lot of stories about. Like I know, like the stories I've heard. Like he won't take the team bus, so he almost missed 2 playoff games in the Bay Area because he got stuck in traffic trying to get to the arena because he won't take the team bus. And there's a lot of James Harden stories where you just kind of like, all right, he's about that lifestyle.
Yeah, I think if we want to dig deep on James, he wanted to go to maybe a different school than he went to, ended up at Arizona, feels like he's got the little brother syndrome to a degree at OKC, wants to be the man. Once you become the man, then people are discrediting you in certain ways for your playoffs performances. So I think there's just a little bit of I don't know, there's something inside of James where there's some validation and him wanting to go with the beat of his own drum. You know what I mean? By the way, guys, after I spoke with you guys about Davion Mitchell and the Chatty House was so supportive, I got a DM from young Davion.
How did that go?
So I woke up.
For those who weren't with us, Trysta sat in front of Davion Mitchell at a summer league game. Davion and a crew of guys that was with him, and apparently our beloved defensive leader just talked trash like the entire game. So much so Trysta was having so much fun she couldn't get up to go to the bathroom. Like she had to be there for this entire trash talking session. She told the story on D-Lo and KC the next day, and you got a DM.
And it was like, hey, you should have introduced yourself. I'm a huge fan of the podcast.
Who isn't? The Heat Check podcast.
And I was like, is this a lie? Is this true? And I was like, really? And I was like, do you want to come on? And he was like, I'd love to.
Oh, let's go. Davion on the Hoop Check podcast, or Heat Check podcast. Let's go.
And then I sat, watched Sacramento play Indiana. And then I was like in the press area, and he came over and said, hey. So shout out to the Chatty House for creating a new friendship. I thought I was going to get, I got one of those heart in the throat moments.
I think Davion, a good trash talker knows they're a trash talker. Like they're okay with the description of, yeah, of course I was sitting around talking trash about all of these guys. Like that wasn't his first time. Yeah, exactly.
So I'm better.
Exactly.
I'm just thinking this whole time, she kisses and tells.
Oh, there's definitely, James, there's definitely levels to this. There's things that don't come out of the underground dungeon.
Okay, one last thought on the East. Miami is obviously desperate to land one of these two, whether it's Donovan or KD. If they come up empty, are they just another really good regular season team and that's it?
It feels like there's something wrong with Kyle. I don't know if that's age. I don't know if that's other things. I don't know. It feels like there's too many undrafted guys, as much as they want to tout how good they are at developing these guys that have been undrafted, like Max Strus and Gabe Vincent and Caleb Martin, and Udonis Haslam is going on I forget what's it called, the Duncan Robinson podcast. I forget what that one's called. And Duncan Robinson's getting the bag. It feels like maybe you guys want to just get more guys that aren't undrafted that maybe can contribute more playoff minutes at a higher level. Gabe Vincent, great player, not a defensive stopper in any way, can get you some buckets, but it would have been nice to have a wing that could maybe stop someone. So I think you're right. I think without, and I don't know if Donovan does it. Hard to say. If they could get KD, obviously that changes the game. As long as you don't have to give up the farm, right? And I don't know how you get KD without giving your entire team away.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I think probably KD will stay in Brooklyn if they can't get the deal that they want. They'll just hold them hostage.
I think that's what's happening.
Hold them hostage and pay him $50 million a year. It's such a horrible hostage situation.
Yeah, just one of the worst worst situations you could ever imagine. Yeah. But awkward nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been working for anyone? Obviously not this beautiful job that we have, but have you ever worked for an employer and you're like, I just want to go, and they just won't let me? Every day is like, F you guys.
Cell phone Trysta is undefeated. Just like you're like 10 out of 10 on the cell phone. This is phenomenal.
I have some new news I want to plug.
Okay, let's go. 2
interviews took place during Summer League. I want everyone to keep an eye out on. We're going to be cutting pieces of them and sending them out before we put the whole interview out on the Heat Check. But I did almost 2 hours with Jerry West.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah, and we talked about a bunch of things. There's a couple of breaking news elements, I think, in terms of what he talked about in terms of his career as a player, as it relates to the Kevin Durant situation. So he said at one point he wanted to request a trade, and he wished that he did. So we'll talk about that. So yeah, that happened. And then also we had a nice interview with Nick Nurse, an hour-long conversation with him. Very clean audio. Less clean was the Jerry West interview, but we persist and we continue. So be on the lookout for that.
That's awesome.
That's
fantastic.
DeAndre Ayton also agreed to come on the podcast. So hopefully with the Suns situation, that will be possible.
Bam, you're on a roll now. I'm with that.
Grinding.
The Heat Check podcast, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts from. Thank you so much for joining us on the phone. This was awesome.
Do you want me to just do the phone from now on?
I feel like you're you're always chill. You're always you're one of everybody's favorite guests, but there's some different vibe with the blanket and just chilling. Let's
turn the lights down.
Yeah, you're in a whole different vibe right now, and I think you jumped on 10 minutes early to be upset about Miles Turner. I love this.
I literally was sitting and waiting in the Airbnb to come on, and I was like, let me just see what they're talking about, just to kind of see what's happening, because I was off yesterday and kind of have been phone off, and I was like, no shot, Miles Turner's game.
I love it. We appreciate it.
Let me in off the waiting room.
Oh, we got you. Awesome. As soon as you figured out the direction of the camera, we got you.
Where is Kenny?
He's in Las Vegas. It's his birthday.
Where was he last week?
He was in Anaheim for his, I think it was Anaheim for Reese's basketball tournament.
And where was he the week before that?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I'm not sure.
You guys
I think she's saying
me in the BetMGM Tonight crew.
Oh no, he'll come back. We'll settle in. I'm gonna be out by you. I'm gonna be in New York for a week in August, and then that's it. Yeah, we're off and running after that.
Do you have all your capri pants packed already?
See, it's tough, yo. It's 90 something out there. I know you're making fun of me. I ain't gonna sell it, but I might be out there in shorts. I'll probably be out there in some joggers, and I'll guarantee you this though: no matter what I wear, my pants aren't gonna touch my ankles.
Just because you don't want them to touch your shoes, or just because you feel like it's the best look for how good?
I want you to see my shoes. I want you to look down. Oh, your pants are short. Oh, those are ... That's what I want you to see.
Oh
is
my
my
God,
shoes.
are those did you guys get, I bet Jay Ham was up early to get the Travis Scotts on the sneaker app. I'm assuming the reverse mochas were on top of his wish list.
One of us on the screen has them.
How'd you get them? Yo, can you DM me? Those are like that's the best
Oh,
color.
we're gonna do the DM thing. We're gonna DM each other about shoes. We're gonna go down
Don't
that.
do it. Don't
I
do
thought
it.
Eddie-
Because then
thought
she's
Eddie-
gonna tell everybody.
I thought Eddie.
on that road
No,
before.
J Ham, I've got some stories I will never share. I only share the ones that are funny and that I know won't hurt anyone. I did see Eddie, and I was like, "Yo, you got my Twitter shut down." We had a nice little story. Eddie Johnson, former player, he's the one who had the sneaker. Remember the sneaker plug?
That's why I'm laughing at you talking about me sending you a DM about some sneakers. Like, we're okay. I believe I can help you out if you want the reverse mochas. I'm very confident I can help you out.
Size 6, you're the best. Text me after the show. I am all in.
Okay, I got you.
Bye, Eddie House. Bye, J Ham.
Thanks, Trysta. Trysta Krick, man, that's a hell of a pull. You got 2 hours with Jerry West. My goodness,
that's crazy.
But Jesse, by the way, we're just gonna ride this out. We'll just keep going. Kyle will come in. We'll talk with Kyle. We'll go to break whenever the hell we feel like it. That's pretty, man. That's pretty dope. Subscribe to the Heat Check podcast wherever you get podcasts from. So, DeAndre Ayton, Donovan Mitchell, Jerry West, Nick Nurse. I said Donovan. Let's try that again.
Oh, it's live, pal.
DeAndre Ayton, Davion Mitchell, Jerry West, Nick Nurse, all coming to the Heat Check podcast. That's great stuff, man.
Nick Nurse is spectacular. I like covering the finals up in Toronto and spending a bunch of time up there a couple of years ago. Yeah, he's fun. That's a good interview.
I admittedly, when they hired Nick Nurse, I didn't understand. I was like, you fired Dwayne Casey, and then you hired someone on his staff? I was just, especially because of the voice. I mean, Nick Nurse had won, what did he win, 60 games that year? LeBron, I think that was the year LeBron hit that ridiculous runner to beat Toronto in one of those games. But I was so confused by hiring someone on Dwayne Casey's staff. And then obviously he's a fantastic coach.
Well, I think, my deal with coaches is always when you lose the room, when they don't listen to you anymore, that's when you got to go. And we don't know the inner workings behind if he had lost the room or if things had gotten a little strange. And then there's also the rare times where someone on a staff just stands out and just becomes so much that that if you don't make them the coach, somebody else will. That the league is small, people talk all the time. They know that there's a guy that's just got, whatever it is. And if you don't elevate him, you're going to lose him and someone else will have him. And so like those situations are strange, especially didn't he win coach of the year that year?
Yeah.
If
I recall correctly, he accepted the coach of the year after, like, he didn't have a team. He accepted the award. He didn't have a team.
Yeah. Same with George Karl. He won 57 games and coach of the year and then was let go by Denver. Yeah.
Coach
crazy.
of the, what's fun? I'm all connected. Like, Trysta clowned me like 90% of that conversation between the tan and the capri pants, and like she was really letting them fly there in that. Like I'm telling you, Trysta, cell phone Trysta, that's got to be the thing there.
It's a thing, right?
If
Yeah.
Kyle doesn't join us on a cell phone, it's just an L all around. Like, he's clearly not paying attention. He's going to join us in his little studio room with his little microphone, and Kyle Madson will be with us here coming up in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, Trista's fun.
Miles Turner, I thought the conversation to start, though, with Miles Turner and the comparison to Jeremy Grant was interesting, because I never drew it because I thought they were so different. I thought that Detroit had a clear plan for their salary cap, and I think that night it was, Detroit's got enough money to offer DeAndre Ayton, send an offer sheet to DeAndre Ayton, and I don't know how legitimate any of that talk was, but the math, and it made sense. But they wound up not really doing anything with it.
Well, they just kept taking bad Knicks players and then taking the contract and getting some sort of, like, didn't they move up? Was it
That's
them?
yeah. They took that it yeah. There was a deal they made where it was like, okay, this probably throws DeAndre Ayton out of the.
Well, yeah, because they got the big center in the draft, right? Yeah. That's what they did. They
Durant. They got their. I feel like
Jalen Duren.
this is Duren. Yeah, not Durant. Jalen Duren, Jaden Ivey, and Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, but they were able to do that by taking on a bunch of contracts. So, again, what they did is they took on Alec Burks, they took on Nerlens Noel, and Kemba Walker's salary. They like made a couple of deals there, but what it did is it allowed them to pick up an extra top 10 first round pick. So by clearing that space at, well, not top 10, top 11, top 12. By clearing out all that contract for Jeremy Grant, they didn't get the first round pick they wanted there, but they were able to use the cap space from clearing out that space to go take on a first round pick from the Knicks.
I buy that Detroit team.
Like
Not
3
now.
years from now?
Yeah, not now, but I absolutely buy that Detroit team.
Oh, no, that's fun. Sadiq Bey is good. Cade Cunningham has unlimited potential. It gives you a little bit more time to see if you can develop some of the other guys that haven't worked out so much. Yeah. And then Jalen Duren has potential to be like nuts. Like that's a big time get. I thought OKC, if they could have ended up with both Duren and Chet, they would have set themselves up for a decade. So, like with their 4-5 combo.
Oklahoma City's. I feel like is it crazy to think Detroit's closer than Oklahoma City?
I don't know. Again, I like Dort. I like Shea. I really
like I feel like they're going to end up trading Shea.
Maybe.
Like they're like in a year they're going to be like, Oklahoma City Thunder fans are going to be, Shea doesn't fit the timeline. We've got to move on from him. He doesn't fit the timeline here in Oklahoma City.
Well, but you have too many picks, and that's what they're dealing with right now. They have too many. I think they have 17 players on the roster, and they just gave Kenrich Williams a deal. They gave Lou Dort all that money. You're a long time away from giving Giddey or Chet any money. But yeah, they have an opportunity to take swings that other teams don't because they have so many first round picks. And like Jalen Williams, one of the Jalen Williams was really, really good and exciting. You look like they found a player there too. I don't know. I don't know who's further away, but at the same time, can they ever convert it into something? If you have a culture of losing, of taking steps back all the time, can you turn it? I don't know.
Houston can't make all of those selections. That's what it boils down to. They have to find the next. Not Houston. Oklahoma City can't make all of those selections. They have to find out. They have to find like the next team that's trying to blow things up. They have to find a team like Utah who's trying to blow something up and accumulate a bunch of draft picks. That's essentially what they have to do here. You've landed a couple of guys, and you want to get through next year's draft, but then you have to start putting proven NBA players around, the guys that you've drafted. Otherwise, I feel like you're in a never-ending cycle, or you're hoping for phenomenal development in one of these guys, or landing, whether it's, somewhere in next year's draft, a true superstar player who is NBA ready the second he steps on the floor. Because at some point you're going to need that if you're the Oklahoma City Thunder, or if you're any of these young teams.
Yeah, but I like what OKC's doing. I think they've put themselves in a position where they could really hit it. But they're also in a position where
they can do a lot. They can do a lot with all of the pieces that they have.
You got to actually do it. You can't just keep saying they can do a lot, and then they end up drafting 3 guys in the first round again. And then they, again, Isaiah Roby had a really nice season for them, and he's young, and he shot like the lights out from 3. They had to waive him because they don't have any roster spots. They have to waive like 2 other players that I don't know whether they're good or not. They're gonna have to decide between a Poku or they've got a couple of players on their list that you're looking at. Like, what are you gonna do with those guys? And they don't have the roster spots that they used to have, where they would go and make these trades and accept a bunch of salary and then turn around and waive the player, like what they did with Green this offseason. They don't have any more roster spots to do that. So it's going to get a little murky here. And what do you do with all those picks? And can you actually make some moves that make sense? I don't know. We'll have to see.
Are they the furthest away of the young teams? Oklahoma City, or is Houston?
No, it's Houston, I think. Especially when you watch Jabari. Jabari looks like he's a little ways away, and Shingun is interesting. And I mean, you got to love Jalen Green there, but like overall, I still don't think you have a point guard. You don't have every position on the court filled. You got a bunch of players that you have to sift through, but they feel like OKC 2 years ago, Sure. And maybe Green has more potential than Shea. So you could say, well, at least they've got a guy with a higher ceiling and could be a star, but they're going to try to lose for a couple more seasons. It would look like.
And then you're going to have teams falling into that category like Utah, San Antonio. Like those are teams that are all going to fall past those young teams now who are trying to rebuild themselves up. Kyle Madson was with us for the briefest of moments, and then he left us. His computer is rebooting. So we'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk to Kyle Madson. We got Matt George coming up in the 3 o'clock hour as well. Much more ahead is dealing with James Hand. Brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog. The smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, continues here on ESPN 1320.
Oh,
let's go 40. Yeah, let's do that. That's a good call.
What up, Kyle?
I don't like that. I got to go to the bathroom. I'll think about it. You guys talk.
Okay.
Hi, Kyle.
Hey, Damien. Hey, James.
What's up, Kyle?
Chilling, man. How are you?
Good, man. Good.
I don't have AC in my car right now.
Oh.
But I work in San Francisco, and I usually take BART. And BART is like a 10-minute drive from my house. So I'm in the car for minimal time. Well, today, I was like, I'm going to drive to the city because Friday traffic, because I leave early on Friday, so traffic isn't as bad. And in the city, it's nice and cool, so my car will be cool for long enough that when I get home, it won't be so bad. It was brutal. I'm never doing that again.
Never.
It was a bad idea. It's a very bad call by me.
Yeah, you need to go get your AC fixed.
So I got a quote from one place, and it was an exorbitant amount, like more than my car is worth. So I've got to make some life.
Do you know what the issue is? Is it just, does it need to be refilled, like the coolant refilled, or is it did your pump go bad or whatever?
It's like a hardware issue. There's like hoses that are leaking and something else. But yeah, I only got a quote done at the dealership, so I'm gonna go to a couple local places and
go local. Yeah,
see if we can.
Yeah, that's miserable. I have a big Suburban that we never drive, and on occasion it has some weird switch that kicks in the back end where all of a sudden it's AC is going and it'll go donk and heater comes on and you're like, what in the world?
No.
Yeah, so if you shut the car off and turn it back on, the AC kicks back on. So it's some sort of weird mechanism. But we don't drive it very often. It's like it's our tow around and take stuff to the dump and all that stuff.
Right.
Yeah, it's just our big extra car.
That's brutal. Yeah. My folks have a car like that. It's a 2002 Ford Ranger, I think. Might be 2003.
Yeah.
But its AC only works if it's maxed out.
Oh.
So the AC only turns on if you blast it all the way.
That's funny.
So you get either no air or way more air than you could ever want. It's great.
Sweet. So we're gonna talk Niners, right?
If we want, we can talk Niners. I've been listening to pretty much the whole show, so
yeah,
I have takes if you guys want to talk Kings or
whatever. I think we're good to go. I've been here all week.
Yeah, I've noticed. How's it going?
It's good. Yeah, I'm not used to sitting in a chair for 4 hours.
Right. That's an adjustment for sure.
Yeah, and I have a bad back, so that's usually an issue. Like getting up at the end of the show is like, oh no.
You don't move around at the breaks?
Sometimes I do, but we take turns. Like I'll stand up sometimes, and then other times, because we have people are asking questions all the time in the chatty house, and
Right. Love the chatty house.
yeah, people are saying, "Go ahead."
I love that Trysta on her way out shouted out the chatty house.
Yeah,
That's great.
yeah. Trista's a live wire.
She's the best.
Yeah. People say I could probably fix your AC. I don't work on cars anymore. Like no, I can build things, but I stopped working on cars a long time ago. I just hate doing it. And I actually was like, because I was not great in high school, I actually took auto shop in high school, so I can work on cars, but I choose not to now.
Smart.
Yeah. But I do know quite a bit about cars and working on cars. Just when it comes to AC, like no.
I know zero about cars. Unless I figured out how to change my headlights on YouTube. My air and cabin filters I learned how to change on YouTube. That's it so far. I've done some home maintenance via YouTube as well.
Okay. Yeah, and pragmatic pessimist. I'm no longer on blood thinners. I've covered
Coming back, Hammer.
All right.
So you guys can't hear this beat that's playing right now if you're on the live stream. The radio hears it. So I'm going to drop a little tidbit for the radio audience right now. LL Cool J doing it. Classic hip hop record, doing it well. But did you know this record was actually created for the Notorious B.I.G.? That's why you hear that refrain in the back going, "Go Brooklyn, go Brooklyn." Why would LL Cool J, who's from Queens, be on a record that talks about "Go Brooklyn, go Brooklyn"? It's because the beat was originally made for the Notorious B.I.G. Somehow Diddy got into some sort of war with Def Jam. Def Jam took it, and it's a sample of an old Grace Jones song called, I think it's "My Jamaican Guy." And there is the story behind the LL Cool J doing it beat. You are all collectively welcome.
I need to take notes.
Is this going to be on the test?
It'll be on the podcast that you don't believe that we're actually creating.
Oh, yeah, no, I can't wait to subscribe.
The new podcast drops August 11th, Corners of the Culture. Trailer will be out in about 2 weeks.
Corners of the Culture is so much better than Culture Corner.
Significantly.
Like miles better. Great work. Thank you.
Well, that was the name I presented to you.
You said Culture Corner.
No, Kenny Caraway said Culture Corner. I hated that, and
brutal.
I hated it, and I just was like, "All right, Kenny, like it's cool." And the whole idea was, I heard Michael Eric Dyson use a line about Jay-Z always having the corners of the culture on lock, and I heard it. I was like, "That's the name of the podcast, Corners of the Culture." And I don't know why Kenny does this. He was like, "Yeah, it's the Culture Corner." Like, Nick, no, it's not. It's very much not. And then I kind of like let it go. And then I had our graphic designer, the dope ones, create a graphic. He was like, "Yeah, the Culture Corner isn't it?" He created one that says Corners of the Culture.
Culture Corner sounds like a weird after school special.
Sounds like Culture Club, like what we're seeing in the chatty house.
Yeah, it doesn't sound good. It didn't work. And Kenny doesn't think about this stuff because he's not the one who has to say it. Like, I'm the one who has to say, "Yo, welcome to the latest edition of the Culture Corner." No, man. Like, no. Oh, thankfully, we abandoned that. And that's not a thing. We welcome in Kyle Madson here, curator of vibes over at 95.7 The Game. In San Francisco, and your work obviously really about to ramp up here. You work with NinersWire.com and Candlestick Chronicles. Let's start here. What was the reason, or what do you think was the reason behind Schefter's tweet the other day about Jimmy Garoppolo and seeking a trade when, by all accounts, that news was 4 months old?
Because I think the Niners wanted to make sure it was very clear that that's what's going on. And the 49ers went to Schefter and said, "Hey, get this out there. He's cleared to practice. We gave him permission to seek a trade. And he also said they're going to exercise caution with him, which means like he's not practicing for them.
Right.
So I think they wanted to get out in front of any messaging in case this is my theory, in case they have to release him because there's no trade market. They want it to be abundantly clear from Adam Schefter, not from John Lynch at a press conference in March that not that many people saw or remember. They wanted Adam Schefter to tweet out, hey, he has permission to seek a trade. He is going to go out and try and find it. And when it's not there and the Niners cut him, they can go, look, we gave him permission. We tried, but it's best for both parties if we just part ways. That's why I think they went to Schefter to make sure he got that out there.
That's where we're heading, though, right? I mean, this is just going to end the way, he's just going to get waived. At the end of the day, I mean, it's hard to see a trade that makes sense for anyone because it's too complicated. Not only do you have to work a trade, but you also have to work an extension or some sort of salary reduction converted into something else. I mean, like, it's pretty complicated.
Yeah, you're reducing his number, so you have to come to agreement on that, and then you have to come to an agreement with the 49ers on like what they're trading him for. And if you're the 49ers, like I don't know if you're willing to eat some of that money. Like if Garoppolo says I'm not playing for less than 20, which I mean he could do, I guess theoretically, says I'm not playing for less than 20, and the team says great, we'll give you 10. If the Niners eat 10, then the Niners are paying $10 million for Baker Mayfield. Got a future 2024 fifth round pick, so not even next year's draft, it's the following year. So I'm guessing Garoppolo is probably in that same range. And I don't know if the Niners are going to want to pay money potentially to get a mid to late round pick 2 years from now. So I think unless Seattle gets into camp and watches Drew Lock and Geno Smith, which is very possible, and they go, like, we're not competing this year, but this is really bad. Or if a player gets hurt, then the trade market ramps up. But the Browns seem to be out of it, and I think it's going to take another team either suffering an injury at the position or being really dissatisfied with their quarterback situation to even begin talks on Garoppolo. So yeah, I think this is all going to come to a head with the Niners not being able to trade him, but Garoppolo also wanting out because he wants to try and sign somewhere to catch on early enough that he can at least compete for a starting job or be in the mix. And the Niners aren't going to probably want to deal with this going into camp. Like, they're not going to want to answer questions about it. They don't want players answering questions about it. So that's my guess. If that trade market doesn't ramp up here in the next couple of weeks, they'll just grant him his release once he's cleared, and they'll call it good.
But like realistically, that's just Seattle, right? That's no one else.
So yeah, Seattle, I guess I haven't seen it substantially reported that the Falcons called, but you could see that they have Desmond Ridder, a draft pick from Cincinnati. He's in his first year. They have Marcus Mariota, who's fine. But if Atlanta, again, is like, hey, we want to compete this year and we think Jimmy Garoppolo can do it. And Jimmy Garoppolo, Arthur Smith, their head coach, got a ton of production out of Ryan Tannehill with a play-action heavy offense. Jimmy Garoppolo is really effective at that. Maybe he just likes Jimmy and maybe likes him for the future. I saw Detroit brought up as well, which doesn't make a ton of sense to me. Unless Detroit looks at their roster and goes, hey, like, we might be able to compete a little bit this year, but not with Jared Goff. We think we can with Jimmy Garoppolo. Then maybe they get in the mix. But this is all like hypotheticals. There's not a team that it's like, oh yeah, that's the team. Like that, they're for sure as soon as he's healthy going to trade for him.
We're getting dangerously close to me feeling bad for Jared Goff. Like, this has really just gotten. He's
winning it. He's won.
It doesn't feel like people love him.
Well, yeah, he's just not very good at playing quarterback. But he's doing fine for himself, and he's gonna be an employee of the NFL. He's gonna get at least backup jobs through like 2030. He's fine.
Okay, I don't disagree. He gets dumped on a lot. Like,
he earned wins it.
Like you literally traded him and won the Super Bowl. Like that's tough. Like he has to live with that for the rest of his life. His team got rid of him and they won. Like you are the problem. If we get rid of you, we'll win. They trade him and they win. Like that's brutal.
And then every time you turn on the TV, that AT&T commercial with Matthew Stafford is
So
on.
it's so good. Every time I sit there and laugh. Every time. Yeah.
Brutal way to go about life for sure. But I don't feel bad for the guy. He's super rich. He's doing fine in his personal life. Shout out to him.
That's true. All right. Why are there so many mixed messages regarding Trey Lance? It feels like there are these weird reports about arm fatigue and the accuracy and all of these different things. And then guys like Fred Warner, go on the Rich Eisen show or George Kittle talks or Trent Williams, and everyone just has wonderful things. All of his players have wonderful things to say about him.
Yeah, I think part of that is just a matter of the 24-hour news cycle. Chris Biederman, my co-host on Candlestick Chronicles, and I theorized that a lot of the arm fatigue stuff and the worries stuff was coming from Rich Scangarello, the Niners' former quarterbacks coach, who they let go so he could be the offensive coordinator at Kentucky, big football school. I think he was apparently not a big Trey Lance guy, so it wouldn't surprise me if he's the one out there talking about this. But yeah, accuracy is definitely an issue for Lance, and something that when you say issue, it's like, hey, he has to prove that this isn't going to be a long-term problem. And I think that's fair. Like that's a super fair criticism. He was not super accurate last year when he was in the game. He has to work on his intermediate and short throws and just the touch on those throws and delivering them to the right spots. Like for all of Jimmy Garoppolo's flaws, that's something he was really good at. When that throw was there over the middle, he was going to put it on his receiver in a position where they could go make a play after the catch. So those are all things he has to prove for sure. I think the arm fitness thing, I'm not concerned about it at all. But the accuracy stuff, like for sure. I mean, Steve Young, who's done a ton of work with Trey Lance and is acting as something of a mentor to Lance, kind of said like the processing's there, the arm strength is there, like the physical tools are all there. Now, can you get the ball to the right spot where it needs to go at the time it needs to get there? And that's something that we won't know until we see, 8, 10, 12, 14 games out of him.
When you look at the rest of the Niners roster, are they just in a holding pattern with the Garoppolo thing when it comes to guys like Deebo and, his extension? Like, where are they going to go here? Because it feels like everyone else has kind of got paid, and Deebo's still standing there like, when's my money coming?
So it's Deebo and Nick Bosa still need to get paid. It depends a little bit on how the Niners want to structure those deals. My guess is that any extension they sign, it's going to be their rookie contract, and then the extension kicks in next year. So Garoppolo's money wouldn't affect that at all. Now, if they want to, I don't know the exact machinations of how they would front load those deals and use some of Garoppolo's money, but
Word.
I don't think that what?
Good word.
Thank you. I don't think that's what's the holdup with Deebo. I think Deebo is a little bit the holdup with Deebo. And this is just the time, like this is about the time they start getting deals done. So it wouldn't surprise me if negotiations didn't start until fairly recently with both Bosa and Samuel, because this is just kind of what the Niners front office does. And the hope is that both guys will be on the field for training camp with new deals, and those storylines will be over, but we'll see.
But with Bosa, there's no question something is getting done, and there's no question that something monstrous is getting done, right?
Well, unless the Niners are giving him some number that he's not super happy with, and he says, great, I'll just play out the final year of my rookie deal, and then the cap will spike, and then I'll go get 15 sacks. Like, bet on himself, basically. I'll go get 15 sacks this year, and then you can pay me highest defensive player in the league money next offseason. Or he can get his 29 or 30 or 31 million or whatever it is, something south of Aaron Donald, I think, this year, and be good with that. That's my guess, but it's not like a locked, like chisel it in stone, he'll sign an extension. I'm guessing he will. I'm fairly certain he will, but it's also an option for him not to.
Do you think, are you confident Deebo is there day one next week?
Define there, like helmet on practicing?
Yes.
Like 50-50 right now. like helmet on practicing. I think we're gonna see. I think we're gonna see a hold in from Samuel, where he's there, he's in attendance, but he's not practicing, he's not participating, and putting himself at injury risk while he works out a deal. Because that doesn't look great for him if he demands a trade, goes to mini camp, is in the Bay Area a week before camp, and then just doesn't show up.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's something he wants to avoid. And I don't think he doesn't. I think he wants to play for the 49ers. But I don't think I wouldn't be surprised if we see that hold in where he's there until he gets a new deal.
Have the Niners done enough? I mean, their interior line took some hits. Have they been active enough? Have they done enough to put themselves in a situation where they can compete to get back to get to the NFC Championship game or go further, or even really be a strong playoff team?
That's the single biggest offseason question. Like Lance is he is what he is, right? We know that as he goes, the Niners are going to go offensively. But that offensive line question that you just asked is the biggest question there is. Like, what is that going to look like up front? So Aaron Banks is supposed to be their starting left guard. Lock in, baby. Offensive line talk. Aaron Banks is supposed to be their offensive guard or their left guard. Center is a guy named Jake Brendel, and who had very minimal experience. Aaron Banks, second-year player, didn't play at all last year. We played minimal last year. And then the right guard's Daniel Brunskill, who's fine. He's a league average right guard. They could upgrade at all three of those positions, but to answer your question, they didn't do enough to upgrade those spots. So it's a massive question mark at all three interior line spots. And if they don't figure it out, they have a lot of bodies they can throw at it. But if those bodies don't add up to, hey, this is a starting quality interior offensive line, that's a problem for a first-time starting quarterback. So I think that is the biggest question going into camp is, what does their offensive line look like? If they have problems there, how do they fix it? And do they just have the bodies in the building if Aaron Banks just isn't good at football? Like, let's go down that road. Aaron Banks just comes out and they're like, hey, this guy's just not an NFL caliber player. Who plugs in there? Mm-hmm. That I don't know. It's a bunch of 5th, 6th round picks and some undrafted guys. And that's fine, but there's a lack of certainty that I think you're concerned about if you're the 49ers.
So I hope this question makes sense. It does in my head. It might not in execution. You say it's the biggest question for the team, this offensive line. Is it the biggest problem, or is it only the biggest potential problem? Is there somewhere that you look on this roster on either side of the ball and go, the offensive line is a question, but this is a problem?
No, offensive line's both.
Oh, good.
It is a problem. Because they have a starting right tackle, Mike McGlinchey, but we have no idea how he's good. Look, okay, Mike McGlinchey has gotten super underrated. He's a good football player, but he tore his quad last year. He played 8 games, and now he's trying to come back from that. He's never been a great pass blocker. He's been average at best, but he's a really good run blocker. How does he come back off of that? There are questions, and it's the fact that there aren't specific answers to those questions. For example, strong safety is a question for the 49ers, but it's Tavarius Moore and Talanoa Hufanga. I think they're both really talented players. It's who's going to start there? I don't know, but whoever it is going to be fine. With the offensive line, it's who's going to start there? I don't know, but whoever it is might not be very good at football. And that's where
that's not good.
It's a question and a problem.
So you should know how to play football. That's my takeaway from this conversation. Go ahead, James.
Yeah,
good football players.
Is there a way still to address that? I mean, clearly you can go out and make some trades, but that usually happens a little bit closer to the season when teams are, getting done with camp and looking at young players that are coming up and thinking, okay, we could probably save some dollars here and trade away to a vet. But do you think that they start to address that, or you just roll the dice and go into the season like this?
So there's, I mean, maybe, but I don't know how many teams are going to be willing to trade starting caliber offensive linemen at this point, just because there's injuries at that position, and there's just not that many really good offensive linemen in the league. Laken Tomlinson was a good player for the 49ers and an above average left guard, and he got cashed out in free agency. really good, reliable offensive linemen are at a premium for sure. So I don't know if teams are going to be willing to trade those guys, but yeah, it's definitely an option. The Niners have a glut of good defensive ends. Maybe there's a team that has a couple of backup interior linemen that the Niners like, and they can make a swap. But I think for now, like what they're going into camp with, I think they're pretty set with letting those guys compete, and we'll see come mid to late August if that works out.
I feel like Kyle Shanahan loves this stuff though. Like a
like
team,
just problem solving.
It's just like I'm not going to solve the problem with the best offensive line in the best offensive lineman in football. I'm just going to combine a bunch of random pieces that you don't know are going to make a dope offensive line. I feel like that's what Kyle Shanahan wants.
It's kind of the Bill Belichick thing too, right? Like people theorize that Belichick loved when Brady was out because it was like, yeah, I'll win with Jimmy Garoppolo. Oh, Jimmy Garoppolo's out. Great. I'll win with Jacoby Brissett. This is great. Problems. Let's solve them. I think there's a little bit of that with Kyle Shanahan for sure. But I also think if you're Kyle Shanahan, like you just want to win a Super Bowl. You just want to have the best players available. And if he's at the point where he's like, yeah, we don't need to spend early draft picks on the offensive line because I will figure it out. It's like, all right, man, good for you, but that's risky. Especially when your whole future rides on Trey Lance.
Yeah,
protecting him as a
when
priority.
Everything centers on the quarterback that you moved up to the number 3 spot to draft. Cool.
Yeah. He can run.
Man.
That's fine. He's mobile.
Scramble. That's our plan. You got to move.
Kyler Murray got paid. He can run. I mean, I guess it's
dude. The Kyler Murray contract's wild to me. I compare Kyler Murray is Bradley Beal. Like you have to pay him.
Okay, waited. Okay.
What?
No, okay. I'll let you finish that. I was gonna say, wait a minute. Bradley Beal is really good.
So is Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray is.
But are you ever? Is there a team you're constructing with Bradley Beal as the number one guy where you're like, hell yeah, that's a championship team? No.
Well, you're not constructing the Washington Wizards that way. That's for sure.
Yeah. And
that's
I don't think the Arizona.
Yeah, I like your take. This is interesting.
Thanks. James likes my take.
No, I do. I do because I mean, can Kyler Murray? I mean, where is he at in as far as the upper echelon of NFL quarterbacks? And he just got paid what he's the second highest paid, quarterback in the league. And then you look at Bradley Beal, and you're like, okay, like I don't see. Have you seen like a bunch of guys say, hey, let's get Bradley Beal together to be our third in a super team? We'll do the Super Friends team with Brad Bill. I haven't seen that yet.
Steph and Draymond tried it last offseason. but to that point, like you have to pay Bradley Beal. You have to.
Yeah. Because
he's too good to let walk.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not gonna take a pay cut. Like you have to pay him the and I think Kyler Murray is in that same boat. Like you can't let him walk. Are you going to win a Super Bowl with him? I personally don't think so. Maybe I'll be proven wrong, but are you going to win a Super Bowl with him? I don't think so. But also you can't let him walk because you hired and then extended Cliff Kingsbury, and Cliff got rid of the number 10 overall pick from the year before, drafted his own guy number 1 overall. He had the number 1 pick in the draft and handpicked Kyler Murray. They extended Cliff Kingsbury this offseason because he has his quarterback. So they extended Kyler Murray through that same length of time. Those two guys are tied together. Like they're committed to it, and they had to be, because you can't extend the coach and then be like, yeah, pick a different quarterback, not number 1 overall. We trust you to do that. So they were kind of handcuffed, and I think they've tied themselves to a quarterback who is going to maybe get them to the playoffs, but I don't think they're going very far with him.
So why doesn't Lamar have a contract yet?
I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea. They've built a really good offense around him, and maybe it's his lack of playoff success, and maybe that's their hang up, and whether they want to commit the dollars to that, because it's a hard cap. So I don't know if they don't want to commit the dollars to that because they feel they need to improve other areas. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm guessing something gets done because Baltimore can't. There'd be riots if they let him walk.
Speaking of quarterbacks, I absolutely, given training camp starting for almost everyone in just a matter of days, or it does start for everyone in a matter of days, I absolutely thought the Deshaun Watson news was going to break today. I thought they were going to release. Yeah, Deshaun's been suspended 3 games. Bye, everyone. Have a good weekend.
Little Friday news dump.
Yeah. Have a good weekend, everybody. Deshaun
Bye,
Watson,
everyone.
The day isn't over. The day isn't over.
I'm looking at the clock. It's like it's 5:56 Eastern. Like, is it too late? Like, would they really drop it later than this?
Is Cleveland Central Time?
Oh, are they? I don't know. I figured it was just coming from New York.
Although maybe we'll get that like Schefter report at like 9 p.m. tonight. We'll get that weird super late Schefter tweet. Source: Deshaun Watson to be suspended X Games.
If it was the Kings, they would wait for a holiday. It'd be like, is it Father's Day? Let's drop it now. Oh, it's Mother's Day.
Ruin someone's day.
It's Mother's Day at 4:00 on a Sunday. Let's hire a new head coach.
We literally went into the week, and the Kings are going to ruin Mother's Day. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to ruin Mother's Day and announce their head coach. And
yes, they did.
that's
Brutal.
That's what they did. That's absolutely what they did. Kyle Madson, really looking forward to ramping up our 49ers coverage here as training camp gets underway next week. Candlestick Chronicles, NinersWire.com, 95.7 The Game. He's Kyle Madson. We're back. We'll come back. We'll talk Kings. Matt George is going to join us here to close out the week. Much more ahead here on ESPN 1320. Clear.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Man,
Nice.
thank you. Great
I
stuff.
feel like this business is just a constant stream of like, what's that? Like imposter syndrome, and I listened to Trysta do hits on your show, and it's never worse than those like 20 or 25 minutes. She's just really good at this.
She is. She's very, very good.
Yeah.
She is a blast.
Yeah, she's totally fun.
Yes.
She is an absolute blast to listen to.
I'm still here. I just have to stand up because I've been sitting for 3 hours straight.
Yeah, this is an interesting field that we're in, though. That's for sure.
Hey.
I think I'm going to call you after the show for some career advice. We're going to switch roles, and
Okay, great.
I'm going to call you when the show is over.
Perfect. Perfect.
I've had a couple of days here where I was like, they don't love me like that. They don't love me like that.
This is the story of my life the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, it's for real. Like, oh man, I'm gonna have to call Kyle to cheer me up.
Yeah, man, I'm around. I got.
All right.
hanging out.
Cool, man. Got plans for the weekend?
Yeah, Heather's hosting a bachelorette party at our house, so I am going up to Sacramento to golf tomorrow.
Very nice.
And then after that, just chilling. In fact, if you're gonna call me, we can talk about that. Unless you're busy tomorrow.
Oh, I was actually being sarcastic. I can absolutely call and tell you about all of the trials of the last few days if you'd like. But if you want to talk about something, yeah, I can definitely call you.
Yeah, sure. And we can figure out plans for this weekend if you're gonna be
We
around.
can't talk on the phone. That is allowed, so that's fine.
Yeah.
I'll call you when the show's over.
Just so you know, it's hot in Sacramento.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
sucks, bro. Like it sucks pretty bad.
Ooh. How hot is it there?
Oh,
So we were looking at an 8:30 tea time, 8:30 A. But now
Where?
we're going 10, 12. No, see, 94 in Sacramento, and it is 94 in Oakley.
Oh,
I'm
I
good.
didn't realize it. Oh, it's cooling down. All right.
97 in Sac tomorrow, 95 in Oakley. So yeah, no, we're good. I'm used to it. So yeah, no, we're 10, 12 tea time at I can't remember what it's called. It's somewhere between Elk Grove and Sac.
Okay.
like Bartley Kavanaugh or
No, the golf course.
No.
Okay.
You and Biederman?
Yeah, and then Nate, my best man.
Mhm.
Yep. And then some guy they golf with all the time.
All right.
Some rando.
Yeah.
Oh.
Some guy
Bing,
that they
Bing
golf
Maloney,
with all the
there's
time.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
All right.
cool. I'll talk to you in a little bit then.
All right, guys.
We're
Sounds
gonna
good.
finish the radio show.
Have a good rest of the show. Tom Mattis said hi.
All right, man.
All right.
Thanks.
Goodbye.
Kyle Madson. Kyle Madson.
I like Kyle. Good dude.
Yeah, he's great. How you holding up, Jesse? All right. Yeah, I see that. I'm loading them. I'm loading them, baby. I absolutely hate what we're about to do, but we're going to go to break again at like 3:13, and then we'll come back with Matt and just hang out the rest of the show.
All right.
I didn't want to cut Kyle like super, super short. I hate being in commercial at the top of the hour and hate going to commercial so quick, but it's kind of one of those things you got to do sometimes.
It's acting all wonky.
True story. It looks like my Wi-Fi is too. Maybe Wi-Fi just hates the 3 o'clock hour. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, you were good until right about this time yesterday.
Yeah, same thing. It hates 3 o'clock.
And you're hardwired in, right?
I know. Thank God. I am. Yeah, I got the Comrex plugged into the modem and the. We're coming back here, James. Hang on.
Cool.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, live on Twitter as well. For those of you who are scrolling the timeline, head over to @ESPN1320. You can check us out right there. Make sure you're following us. Matt George of the Locked On Kings podcast going to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Man, what a day. It's been fun between Jerry Reynolds, Trysta Krick, Kyle Madson. Good stuff, man. Really, really, really good stuff. We'll talk a lot of Kings basketball when Matt George joins us here in just a few minutes. I do keep glancing over on my phone, looking for that Schefter tweet, seeing if any Deshaun Watson news. They've had the they've been like, I don't know how to, they've been reviewing the findings now for weeks. Like there's nothing else to present. Like they're not talking to anyone else. There's no new evidence coming. Like they've had everything. And the idea, like the thought was always, oh, they'll probably have it out around the time of training camp. And it's like, oh, well, training camp is essentially here. It's everybody's in full camp, I think, in 4 days. So that's why I kept looking at, oh, if it's bad, they're going to dump it onto a Friday. And I fully expect it to be bad.
Yeah, why don't they get it done before? Because like, look, it's such a positive time, right? So why do you kind of soil what should be like a major event and like the positive vibes of opening of camp? Like,
well,
why risk it? Like, I know it can get swallowed up in the news, but
why
it becomes a story? Like,
but they want to bury it. Like I think that's what it boils down to. They want to bury it as best they can. They want to, they want the positivity. They want the excitement of everyone's favorite team reporting to camp to take over the story. It's like, oh, Deshaun Watson was suspended for that's outrageous. Oh, the Raiders are in camp. Let's go, baby. Oh, did you see that Derek Carr to Devontae Adams pass? Did you see Trey Lance roll out in the pocket? Like that's what a Friday news dump is.
Yeah, no, I totally get you. I would just like, I think these leagues, and if you've got positive news, like ride the positive news. If you got to take a hit for the day, or why don't you do something silly like put it out 10 minutes before the home run derby or the Major League Baseball All-Star game. Just like, that seems like a good time. Wednesday news dump. Oh, just happens to be right before the All-Star break. I mean, I get that you don't want to do it on, what was it, Thursday was the one day where everything, like the earth stands still.
Stops, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the one day where you don't want to be the story. But man, I want that I want that stuff out of the way before you start a clean slate season and everything's positive and great and everyone's having a good time. And I don't get it.
Hell, maybe they don't even bother dropping it on Friday night. Maybe they wait till Saturday to do it.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. Matt George couldn't wait. He's here. He's here with us now. What's up, Matty Ice?
Hey, guys. I'm so excited. Today of all days, I know why you wanted me on the show. I know you guys saw it, so I'm ready to dive into it.
We have
No?
no idea what Matt's talking about.
No clue.
You guys didn't see it? The new Rings of Power trailer from Comic-Con? Guys, I got thoughts on this thing, man. This is going to be an epic show, an incredible show. They show the Palantir, the Balrog showing up in the final few seconds of the trailer and how significant of a character he is. That's the guy that killed the OG Gandalf, right? And he's back. The orcs look completely different. I'm so excited for this, Damien. I know you and I watch party at your place. We'll have a good time.
What language are you speaking right now?
Well,
I don't know. I have no clue what you just said at all.
Well, just educate yourself a little bit on Tolkien and the wonderful world of Tolkien, and then we'll come together. It's okay. I'll bring you along. I'll show you the Nirvana that is Middle Earth. Don't worry.
I know who Nirvana is. Kurt Cobain, Tolkien.
Yeah, I when I had the COVID that weekend, I binge watched.
Spell it.
All of The Hobbit and all of the Lord of the Rings, all of them in extended.
This is a Lord of the Rings thing.
James,
Yes.
That is the most attractive thing you've ever said right there. You binge watched all The Hobbit and all the Lord of the Rings. That's called
in a
winning,
weekend,
my friend.
Yeah,
that's
just
called
on
winning.
a Saturday and Sunday.
Do you two want me to leave? We
want you to be a part of this.
You want me to leave? You guys could.
I'm really excited about this series, but I'm not into it like Matt's into it.
Oh, come on. You got to be into it at least a little bit to binge watch it. D'Lo, you'll come over and we'll watch it together, and I'll give you all the lore. I'll give you all the background. It'll be fun.
Matt George, host of the Lord of the Rings podcast.
I wish.
We just didn't know that. The Locked On Kings podcast as well. Let's bring you into some conversations we've been having throughout the day, and let's start with this one. This actually, I'll credit you for this question, because you have a podcast. I haven't had the opportunity to finish it, but you posted it about I think it was about Malik Monk and his potential to be the sixth man of the year, and that got me thinking. Malik Monk, sixth man of the year, Davion Mitchell. All right, let's formulate a question here. Who do you think will have a breakout season for the Kings this year? And I'll give you the poll result that the poll that I put on the page was on YouTube was Davion, Kevin Huerter, Malik Monk, and Domantas Sabonis. I didn't include De'Aaron Fox. I just included those four. If you have another player you want to throw in there, but I'd be curious who you think that could be.
So my instant reaction, honestly, is the guy that you didn't include, De'Aaron. And I know you and James were discussing initially, and it's just because De'Aaron's going to take you as far as you're possibly going to go. And if he breaks out, the big thing for me is I think De'Aaron Fox finally has a legitimate chance to be the leader and leading scorer on a winning basketball team. Now, I don't know if they're going to be able to accomplish that, but that's what they're setting themselves up as. And if De'Aaron can get there, then in my opinion, he's an all-star in the Western Conference if the team is winning and he's putting up the numbers that we expect him to put up. But out of that list of guys, I want to say Davion Mitchell because of what we saw at the end of last season, but my conversation on yesterday's podcast, which is the one about Malik Monk winning Rookie of the Year, I had Andy Kamenetsky, who's a journalist who covers the Los Angeles Lakers. He's the host of the Locked On Lakers podcast, and we discussed Malik's ability off the bench, and Andy believes that that's where Malik would be best served for the Sacramento Kings, is a bench role where he can come in and just be a immediate instant offense scorer and a guy who can fill it up, and that would be his primary option. And we know that offense and points scored and those kind of numbers are usually the nod that you get when you're talking about Rookie of the Year or when you're gaining attention. It's because you're an offensive spark plug. So I think Malik Monk, if he did come off the bench, could have a really good chance of being a leading scorer on the Kings team, maybe top 4 in offense, just because that's his primary role with that second unit.
If Malik Monk was better suited as a 6-man and started for the Los Angeles Lakers last year at the shooting guard spot for a good portion of the season, how bad does that tell you that the Lakers were?
Pretty significantly bad. But one of the things we discussed too was I think Malik benefited, and I asked Andy about how good Malik was of taking advantage of the players that were around him, right? When you're playing with LeBron James, who draws so much attention, playing with Anthony Davis, who draws so much attention, Russell Westbrook, who draws so much attention. You should be getting open looks. You should be having one of your best years of your career, which Malik Monk had by a long shot last year. And I think about, okay, if he's playing alongside De'Aaron Fox, who draws so much attention, Sabonis, who draws so much attention, heck, maybe even Keegan Murray, who draws so much attention, how can he benefit from that? So, yeah, you're right. The Lakers were in desperate need of shooting to where Malik Monk absolutely needed to be a starter on that team basically last year. But in the Sacramento Kings situation, the Kings do need Malik Monk shooting, but I think Brown has the luxury of asking himself, do I want that shooting right out of the gate, or do I want that shooting with the second unit? And then the real question is that shooting going to be required to close the game with the closing lineup? Because figuring out a closing lineup for this Kings team, I think, is going to be the most difficult task that Mike Brown has this offseason in addition to defense.
I want to ask a follow-up really quick on that. I mean, I'm under the opinion that Kevin Huerter is a starter, Malik Monk is coming off the bench. Is that where you're at too?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in that, and a lot of it has to do with I just know a little bit more about Kevin Huerter defensively, and I know I've seen Kevin Huerter be more consistently versatile. James, you were talking earlier about how Kevin scores in the flow of the offense. That's a big benefit to, I think, why Keegan Murray should start as well. I think Kevin could have a lot of success both as a starter and off the bench, but Kevin comes in right away. I think plays a little bit better defense than Malik Monk does, and can just fit with Fox and fit with Sabonis. I don't know if that means that he's going to be on the floor towards the end. I don't know if that means he's going to score as much as Malik Monk might. Their minutes might be close to even with Monk coming off the bench. But if it were me right now and I was making my starting five, Kevin Huerter would be my starting two.
And are you as confident as James is, Matt, that Mike Brown won't have any issue integrating Malik Monk and Kevin Huerter in a way that they're both really happy with what they can contribute to this team?
Yeah, because they're shooting. I mean, because shooting is such a primary skill in the modern NBA, I don't think that's an issue whatsoever. Now, if we were talking about two bigs that were almost like a Rashawn Holmes and Domantas Sabonis, right? Two bigs who do most of their scoring inside of the three-point line. Incorporating the two of them or figuring out how to work the two of them in together, that might be a little more difficult. But one's an all-star and one's not, so maybe it's not as difficult as we would like to make it out to be. For players like Malik Monk and Kevin Huerter, who you could argue either one over the other as a starter, their primary skills are something this team desperately needs. So no matter what, no matter where they are in the rotation, even on the floor together at times, I could see in small lineups, I think the Kings are going to find a way to utilize both of them, especially Mike Brown, who knows what the hell he's doing. And coming from the Golden State Warriors, and I think they like to shoot a little bit over there. So,
yeah, Matt, when you look at I guess we got the starting line. If it goes as according to what you and I both feel, like it's going to be Fox and Huerter, and then you come off the bench with Davion, Malik Monk, do you think we're going to see a ton of 3-guard sets? Because it kind of feels that way. I mean, Huerter is like a 2-3, but I'd also like Terrence Davis getting in there. And just what do you think the potential of that group is? Because it seems like it could be a lot of fun if you're just reckless abandon with Davion, with Malik Monk, with, again, Terrence Davis just going wild.
I do think it's likely just because of the lack of overall wing depth on this team, even with Keegan Murray and I mean, I don't know how much they look at like Keon Ellis as possible wing depth or not. I don't know. I think that is likely to have a lot of guards in there. I do question defensively how that looks. And I think that's going to be Mike Brown's main task, is to find a way to make this team of overall poor to below average individual defenders to find a way just to be a competent team defense. So if they can execute that, then yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a lot of guard lineups. May have to do that out of necessity, but I'm hoping one of Harrison Barnes or Keegan Murray is on the floor at all times.
Okay. That's is that for defensive purposes or is that for length purposes?
It's for length purposes, really, and defense. I mean, I think instantly Keegan Murray is one of the better defenders on this Kings team, and that's more of an indication of how bad the Kings are defensively than it is how good Keegan Murray is defensively. And Harrison Barnes, I know he wasn't good defensively last year, but Harrison Barnes should be one of the best defenders on this team. Like that should just be the expectation. So, I mean, one of the two of them for length purposes, for defense purposes, and I think they're plug-and-play players. Both of those guys can play with most lineups and know how to be efficient, know how to be involved offensively, which to me is valuable.
We've had a bunch of discussions with our friend Sean Cunningham over. We had him on here. I think it was Monday, and then again on the Kings Beat podcast, where we talked about the potential for Rashawn Holmes and Domantas Sabonis to start next to each other. I mean, if Sabonis can hit 35+% from three, I think it could work. But just where is your head at with that? And does the fact that Mike Brown dealt with, the Draymond Green, Kevon Looney starting front court for a large portion of last season in Golden State, does that kind of change maybe how you would view that? Because on paper, it seems like it would be difficult because of the lack of shooting. But again, he's found success with things like that before.
Yeah, I know for sure that Mike Brown is a big fan of Rashawn Holmes, and I think that was made very clear to us too with Rashawn showing up, one of the players to show up to Mike Brown's introductory press conference. My overall thought process is if Rashawn Holmes is your backup big, is your rotation big man, you're in pretty good shape. I think Rashawn Holmes is a really, really solid benefit off the bench. I don't think there should be much conversation or much consideration to have him start, which I know isn't necessarily the conversation here, but are there times that maybe you can have Rashawn and Sabonis work together? Sure. I feel like that would be more of a play of where you're trying to match what another team is doing and less trying to do what you want to do. I just don't know how that works necessarily unless you're facing a team that has so much size and is killing you on the glass and you just need to relieve some of that a little bit. Mike Brown's obviously significantly smarter than I am, so maybe he can find a way to work the two of them together. I don't think it makes much sense to have them together unless it's just spot minutes every now and then.
You were once known, Matt George, for being super optimistic. Are you optimistic about this squad?
Absolutely, and I'm trying so hard to be
You
careful
got the
because
jersey out? You gonna put it on?
ooh, the jersey is getting dry cleaned. It's being
There you go.
ironed. Oh man, it's going to be pristine this year, and it's going to go next to the Keegan Murray jersey that I get whenever I have the chance to get to the team store. But in all seriousness, like last year, I bought in way too heavily to what the hell ever that roster was, and it ended up being one of my least favorite Kings years of all time. And I put together a 3-minute compilation of sounding like an idiot with all the things I said to hype that team up. I'm hoping I don't have to put together a compilation like that again this year, but in reality, I look at this roster, and you even have people, national conversations happening on Twitter between fans of other teams, not just national writers and NBA personalities, but other fans who have seen the ESPN graphics of the Kings' potential lineup and going, oh, wow, like this is actually a pretty good roster. Like I think this is the best roster certainly De'Aaron Fox has ever played with, and that has to play a factor because Fox, we know, has to be really, really good this year from the very beginning. And, I mean, putting it up against other rosters since the last time the Kings made the playoffs in 2006, I think it's probably the most understandable offense that the Sacramento Kings have had, in the sense that you have your two primary stars who you know don't shoot particularly well, aren't necessarily known for their shooting, and you've surrounded them with players that theoretically and on paper benefit them or help them or fit with them. Monty McNair is doing something that makes sense to the majority of basketball players, or rather I should say basketball fans, and that is not necessarily something the Kings have done too much over the last decade and some change.
You said that this is the most talented roster that Fox has played with. I don't disagree with that, but I guess the question is Domantas Sabonis the best player he's ever played with, and by how far?
Oh yeah. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I absolutely think so. Like I don't think it's close whatsoever. I think Sabonis opens up the game so much for De'Aaron Fox. I think in a way that different from what Tyrese Halliburton did, Domantas Sabonis takes away a lot of the playmaking of De'Aaron Fox, but Fox is still capable of being a playmaker and is still going to have to be a playmaker. But I look at his playmaking as taking how a defense reacts to him and finding his assists and his playmaking by finding the open player on the perimeter, versus I feel like Domantas Sabonis, the ball is going to be running through Sabonis in the high or low post almost every single possession, or close to the majority of possessions. So that's how I look at it there. But I mean, Fox has never had a big to play with that's been nearly as good as Sabonis. And I think Sabonis is now what maybe the Sacramento Kings were hoping Marvin Bagley was going to be for De'Aaron Fox, or Marvin Bagley was going to turn into. Marvin Bagley was the best chance that Fox had of having that front court partner that he's dreamed of, and now that guy is here in Domantas Sabonis.
Sabonis is the most important acquisition this team has had since, probably Chris. I mean, I'm not saying he's the best player, but like just in sheer importance, like what's at stake with this the Domantas Sabonis deal, and that you traded obviously the greatest point guard the league has ever seen in Tyrese Halliburton, who'll be the first player to go to the Hall of Fame while he's still a player. And you did that all with like, we're going to turn this thing around. We're going to use this offseason to build around Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox, and we have to make it work immediately because we have to re-sign him. And there's no protections in this. Like, there's no extend him during the season. Like, he's going to hit free agency, and we will have to have sold him enough on he's not taking meetings, he's not doing this, he's not doing that. Free agency starts, and he's signing with the Sacramento Kings.
It feels like the biggest gamble that the Kings have taken in a way since Chris Webber, because C-Web was absolutely a gamble that the Kings took, and it turned out to go about as well as, or close to as well as possible. If the Kings had won the championship, I think that would have been the ultimate accomplishment. Don't need to go into that. But Sabonis, while he maybe doesn't come in with the baggage, and I use air quotes there, that Chris Webber brought with him, Sabonis brings the contract scenario in and brings the rapidly approaching timeline. And I'm sure, even though it's still 2 years and a lot can happen in 2 seasons, I'm sure that's already pressure that Monte McNair is feeling and should be feeling. And I think the moves that he's made this offseason are an indication of we're trying to win right now so that DeMontis' decision is easy. Now, I don't think the Kings have any real chance of Sabonis signing an extension before he becomes a free agent. James, you could fill me in on this more or speak to this better probably. I think he caps out how much money that he could make if he signs an extension versus when he becomes a free agent. He has a significantly better chance to get a lot more money, which would be the route that I would take because he's already on an extremely friendly deal, I feel, for a player of his status. So I think Sabonis is going to want to get paid. I think the Kings are going to be in a position to where they're willing to pay him what he wants or close to what he wants. But also, the Kings are hoping that they'll be so good by that time that Sabonis is going, yeah, I'm returning here. Let's just figure out the dollar amount. I want to be here. And that's also kind of how I feel about, maybe that's the gamble that the Kings are willing to take with Harrison Barnes as well. It's like, okay, HB, I still believe that HB should be a King. I actually have a podcast coming out later this evening as to why I feel trading HB would be a mistake by the Kings, in my opinion, just at this point in time. Maybe the Kings are willing to gamble that by the end of this season, they'll have so much momentum, or there'll be something clearly here. Maybe this team does make the playoffs. They overachieve in some way that Harrison says, you know what, I want to stick around and still be a part of this. I'm willing to return to Sacramento and take my last big contract and stay here. I don't know if that's a smart move by the Kings, but maybe that's how they feel at this point. I think they all look at the next 2 years in that timeline and say, we're going to be what we want to be, and that's going to convince people or players to want to play for us.
You know, Matt, we've talked about this quite a bit. Like, the Kings have made some substantial moves, and I've had reservations about, like, I like every move that they've made, but every move comes with a gigantic but, or sometimes a small but. But at the end of the day, it's still there, right? And so I'm looking at this. We just talked to Kyle about this, about the 49ers and their offseason. Do you think that the Kings have done enough? Because they have done quite a bit. You know, they've added 3 major rotational pieces. They only lost one that was like a very temporary rotational piece. Do you think that they have done enough to actually turn this thing around and make you confident that, you know, at least play-in tournament, and if not, playoffs are like sitting there for them?
I think they've done enough to where they should be a shoo-in for the play-in tournament in my mind, which is crazy to talk about with a team like this who is so inconsistent at times. But for me, the Sacramento Kings, this roster, if they're not in the play-in next year, then everybody has to go. And I don't think if the Kings are in a position come the trade deadline that they're out of even the play-in conversation, or it looks like they're going to have to be near perfect to be in the play-in, at that point you're blowing everything up, and there's people probably maybe even losing their jobs. Like, the Sacramento Kings, I believe right now, are an absolute shoe-in for the play-in, and I hope that's in a position where they're a 7th or 8th seed and they're actually hoping a play-in game, or hosting rather a play-in game, and not playing those games on the road. The playoffs itself, have they done enough to make themselves a close to guaranteed actual legitimate playoff team? No, I don't think so necessarily, but I also question how much realistically they could have done. I mean, you could argue maybe they could have used the 4th overall pick to try and find a bigger win now name. I don't know if that trade was out there, but you drafted a rookie who looks really, really good in Keegan Murray. It looks like he's going to be an immediate impact player in Keegan Murray. And you went out and addressed one of the biggest needs on your roster with shooting. And then you brought in a coach that addressed your overall biggest need, which is defense. Like, I don't know how much more Monty realistically could have done to accomplish that goal or make the Kings a shoe-in playoff-wise, especially when their 2 best players were already here. And we knew that those 2 are going to take this Kings team as far as they can go. All that Monty could do, in my mind, was just surround them with players that optimize them.
I just want to be clear for the record. You said a shoe-in for the play-in spot. Can you tell?
Snooze, you lose.
Hey, we're doing a radio show here, pal.
We're doing a radio show.
Is that Kevin Johns?
That's Kevin John.
Hey, Mr. Graduate School, can you settle down back there?
He's in another meeting right now. He has no idea.
Oh, I'm sorry, Matt. Matt is like doing a podcast.
He's gonna narrate this. What's happening?
I love this. No, I just wanted clear for the record. Are there a shoe-in for the play-in?
I think so. I think absolutely the Kings have to make the plan with this roster. I think they're absolutely shooing for the plan.
Okay, why don't we do this? Are you good? Can you hang out? Let's take a break. That way, Kevin John can finish up his little work call over there. We'll. Of course, what a Friday, man! I swear. Well, okay, we'll step out. We'll come back. Kevin will finish his phone call. And then we'll talk more Kings basketball with Matt George. Happy birthday, Casey. Casey's in the chatty house right now, hanging out in Las Vegas. Kenny's birthday is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We're back with more on ESPN 1320. We're clear.
Kevin. I love Kevin.
Oh, man. That's great. That's great stuff. Matt, you jumping in early secretly saved me. We were gonna have to break it. We went long. Everything got like super stretched, and I was gonna have to break at like 3:13. But because you came in early, it gave us a chance to stretch. So good looking out.
Hey, I'm happy to do it. Kyle's great, by the way, man. I texted Kyle. I was listening on the way in. Like, I love listening to Kyle talk football because I barely understand the ins and outs of football, and Kyle makes it so understandable. So he's phenomenal.
Kyle's really good, man. The fact that he's not on the air somewhere Monday through Friday is really a shame.
We're on break, Kevin. Now that you're off your call, do you want to say hi? Or?
I'm sorry. Actually, some of us are trying to work here.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Some of us are working here.
Like, what do you think is happening over here?
Everyone can just hang out and talk to James Ham and D'Lo all day. You know what I mean? Some of us just kind of have to do some. We're here to do a job. So yeah. My apologies for actually doing my job, Matt. Okay, I'll be sure not to do my job again while you're doing your podcast. All right.
Fake
way,
angry
Friday,
Kevin.
Guys.
Fake
Friday.
angry Kevin is the best.
Kevin doesn't sleep anymore because he's got to do his grad school work. So he's up all night doing his grad school work, and now he comes to work. Matt George is pissing him off. He's trying to do his job. Matt's doing this stupid radio show in the background.
Come on now, he knew. I told him ahead of time. He knew.
I love that. Oh, I can't even imagine Kevin being angry. Like, that's the best part.
That's as much as it gets right there.
I've seen you exclaim. You've exclaimed. For my friends of the office.
And Matt is wearing an IFB for people who are asking. I am too, and I think you are too, right, Damien?
Yeah, no, I actually have headphones that they just tuck behind my ear. It's not an IFB.
Oh, okay.
It sucks. Like I have this IFB hookup, but it's going across my desk to my speaker over here to plug in, and it's like every 3 seconds falling out of my ear. So that's why I look like I'm doing the Secret Service talking, holding my ear thing.
Do you have molded ones yet or no?
No.
Oh, they need to mold them there for you.
I don't know if you can mold to these. Have you seen the size of these? Like, I don't know if you can.
It goes on the inside.
That's the whole point. Is they mold that, like they fit them for your gigantic ears. I got giant ears too. Like it's fine. Like that's.
I too have big
point.
ears. Yeah.
No, haven't gotten there yet. Not in the budget.
Yeah, the molded are pretty cool. So, and I have double. I have them in both ears.
I think
of
I
the
would
same
do that
button.
too. Yeah, I think I would do that too if I ever had to do TV work. I'd probably do double. I'm trying to remember when I did CBS. I feel like it was just a one ear, but they didn't have to talk to me the same way they did everyone else. I would just get the commercial cues.
There's nothing worse when they go to you on the floor for a live hit, and all of a sudden the players come out of the tunnel and they start blaring music, and you're like, oh my gosh! Like, boom, 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 boom.
I used to love G-Man is of course the greatest human being on the planet, but when G and the King, or when the Golden One Center first opened and where the radio well is, they have those massive speakers above the Jumbotron major screen, and it's like it blasts right into your face if you're up in the radio well. And G, during commercial breaks, bless his heart, used to complain about the music, and he'd sometimes do it on air, and we'd all laugh back at the station because G-Man complaining is it's hilarious.
Portland is really bad about that. Like, you go to the arena and you are literally at speaker level where they sit the media, and they pump in so loud that you can't even hear yourself think. You can't talk to the person next to you. It's crazy. That place is loud.
I love it.
I've never been there. I've been to Portland. I've never been to a game in Portland.
Yeah. I like, there's a bunch of really cool, like, boutique hotels that you can walk down to the stadium, but at night it's sketchy because you got to go under a couple of overpasses.
Oh,
and that's not it. Yeah, it's got some rough area
Bro,
right around the arena.
Those overpasses in Detroit, man, there's people under there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what it is. You're like, oh, there's
oh man, what is this? All right, hang on, guys. It's a family affair here. Casey's in the Chatty House celebrating his birthday in Las Vegas. James Ham did a wonderful job hanging out with me all day. Matt George and Kevin John kind enough to join us from the ABC 10 studios here as we're talking Kings basketball. As Matt just said, this team is a shoo-in to make the playoffs, but I'd like to get a little preview.
Whoa. Play in.
Sorry. E-me.
No, it's live, pal.
Nothing I could do about it, but it's a shoo-in for the play-in. I'd like to get a little preview of the Locked On Kings podcast that you mentioned that's going to drop tonight, though. You are making the case for keeping Harrison Barnes, if I heard you correctly, and I'm kind of been in that camp for a while. You know, we've volleyed back and forth about what do you want to acquire if you trade Harrison Barnes, and we always wind up with it'd be great to get Harrison Barnes. Like I guess we're talking a younger version, a more physical version. I know James will tell you we don't want the version we had last year. But I'm anxious to hear, you don't have to give us the whole podcast now because we want people to download on Locked On Kings, but a synopsis of the reasons to keep Harrison Barnes.
Well, the reality is, and I know James talks about this a lot with asset management, and he's absolutely right, because I was one who was highly critical on Monty McNair allowing Bogdan Bogdanovic to walk for nothing. If the contract weren't in question, then I don't think we'd be questioning this whatsoever, because in my mind, Harrison Barnes is a excellent fit for this Sacramento Kings team and does a lot that the Sacramento Kings need and don't want to have to worry about. Like, it's nice to have with Harrison Barnes starting at your 3 spot every night. The only question mark that I had with Harrison last year, and there were plenty of question marks about his game specifically, but as a starter, the only question mark that I had was, okay, is this going to be the night that Harrison does his 20-point or close to 30-point explosion, or is this going to be a night where he scores just 7 points and only takes 4 shots? And my big thought going into this offseason was, if the Sacramento Kings can find a way to go into next season and Harrison Barnes is their 4th option on offense, they're a significantly better team. Like, I think they're in a really, really good spot with that, and here they are. Whether it's Keegan Murray or Malik Monk or Kevin Huerter or whoever they decide to throw into that starting lineup with him, I think Harrison Barnes is a shoo-in to be basically the 4th option on offense for the Kings, and that's a positive. Plus, like D'Lo, you were mentioning, I don't know what the package is out there realistically that you can get for Harrison that fills the needs and fills the holes that Harrison provides. And like I discussed in the last segment too, I don't think it's that far-fetched to believe that Harrison can re-sign with the Kings, or the Kings can do enough to make a good case to bring Harrison Barnes back. But I'm not in Harrison's camp. I don't know what kind of money they're asking for. I know this is going to be the last major contract that he probably gets in his career, and how much can the Kings compete in that? I'm not sure. But I think Monty believes that that's a risk worth taking, and so do I.
I would like to see Harrison Barnes roll the dice on him a little bit, but at the same time, like if everything is positive going into this season and you get to the All-Star break and you're in it, I just think it becomes like this big issue. Can you retain him? Can you not? Like as of right now, his preference would likely be to not come back to Sacramento. And it's not that he hates the team. It's just that at a certain point, players have enough. And I really do put Harrison Barnes and Rudy Gay in very similar camps. Before Rudy Gay got injured his final year in Sacramento, the same vibe. He wasn't coming back. You were going to have to do something extraordinary for him to come back. And so you get to that point where if it's not really going to work out, and again, his defensive numbers last year were not good at all, but they felt like an outlier, not like a guy who's on the decline. And I also think that the Kings overall defensively, especially in the second half of the season, they were just a mess. Anytime you fire a coach midseason or 17 games into a season, you're going to have chaos be the name of the game. And I thought the Kings, they let go of the rope way too many times and let the season spin out of control. There's no way that was a 30-win roster at all. And they won 30 games. And so I guess at the end of the day, if Harrison Barnes is on the team and they walk into the season, I kind of want it to be we're just rolling the dice that he'll stick, that we'll be able to figure something out, whether it's in the season. Again, if you want to go negotiate a contract with Harrison Barnes right now for a 3-year, $48 million deal, that seems like it wouldn't be that bad of an idea for the Kings, because he is still a capable player. I don't think he'll be a fourth option in this season for the Kings. I think he'll still be a third option, at least early on. If someone else steps up, a Keegan Murray or a Kevin Huerter, and becomes that third option, I would be kind of surprised, I think. But having Harrison there as your third, and the other guys as really close to third options, fourth options, but really not really far down on the list as far as fourth options. So I get what you're saying, Matt. But I still in the grand scheme of things, you're walking into the season with an expiring contract, and he's a great guy. He's a great teammate. He's great in the community. He's good to have around young players. But if he's not going to be there, you probably need to do it sooner rather than later.
A couple things there. I agree with you 100% that Harrison right now is probably leaning more towards leaving. I don't know why. I would be surprised if he felt differently. What have the Sacramento Kings done over the time here for him to say, you know what, I'm excited and happy and willing to come back more than I'm willing to leave, other than maybe he likes living here and he likes having his family here and he has his new baby here. All things considered, I think the Kings are aware of that as well, and they're hoping the gamble is that this team is good enough and plays well enough that Harrison doesn't necessarily forget the years before, but at least understands where this team is at now and how he can impact that team now, and how he has just as good a chance of being successful here as a starter as maybe where else he would go. I know there are playoff teams right now, and it's clear based off of every single rumor that comes up during the trade deadline season. There are playoff teams right now that would love to have Harrison Barnes on their roster, and rightfully so. I would argue that Harrison would have a significantly bigger role here in Sacramento than he would on most of those teams, even if the Kings were good. But I also, if the Kings aren't able to renegotiate a contract or negotiate a contract extension with HB right now, which I would be all for, I just don't know if if you're worried about losing him for nothing, so you make a trade to get some assets for him, I don't know how you do that and not get short-term worse. And I think the idea of getting short-term worse to the Kings is not appealing when everything is about getting better right now for the sake of Fox and for the sake of trying to get Domantas Sabonis to re-sign and accomplish your goals. It just seems like even if it's proper asset management to consider trading or moving on from Harrison Barnes, how do you go against your entire plan to pull that, to make that move? It just seems counterproductive to me.
I think everyone's point in this is completely valid, which is the frustrating part of the Harrison Barnes thing, because you can make cases for both. And I think we all have made cases for why he should be traded. And I think it's the midseason situation that James outlines right there that's the most concerning. And what you just said as well, like, do we get better? Because isn't this about winning games, and isn't it about winning games right now? Trysta is throwing the show for a loop. She tagged us in something, and she titled it, "I want thoughts on this rant from the Chatty House." And apparently one of our betting shows on Odyssey had a discussion on the Sacramento Kings today, and the caption on this, or the tweet that goes with this video is, "You weren't expecting an epic rant crushing the Sacramento Kings today, but Nick Ashew came through while explaining his bet on the under 32.5 wins." I haven't heard it, so we're all going to hear this together for the first time, because I can't lie, I need to.
He loves the Kings. 36.5 was their total last year. They finished with 30 wins. They go out. Look, they had a little bit of an offseason, right? I mean, they got Kevin Huerter. They drafted Keegan Murray, which you like. Malik Monk decided to sign there for some strange reason. I don't know why. It wasn't even like it was a huge contract. He just wanted to disappear, and then I guess decide, hey, nobody's going to see me anymore. I can operate in the witness protection program that is Sacramento. I'm going to pen the under, because I just don't think there's any real chemistry with this team.
We know the under on this team.
Yeah. I don't like the Kings, man. I don't like this. I don't like this roster. I really do like Keegan Murray, but there's just not. They've always been NBA mediocrity. I cannot trust anything that the Sacramento Kings do. There is a decent amount of talent.
Just to be clear, you think this team has been mediocre? Really? This team has been mediocrity. Wow.
Their win total last year was 36.5, and they won 30 games. Now you go out and get Domantas Sabonis. Okay, great. But Kevin Huerter's you get some shooting. Harrison Barnes is who he is. He disappears. He's a passive player. Keegan Murray's still a rookie, but I really do think he has a bright future in the NBA. I like that pick for them. It's Mike Brown's their coach. What has Mike Brown really done consistently in the NBA? He had a couple good years in Cleveland.
Now we're going to slander Mike Brown?
I don't have a problem with Mike Brown, but honestly, he's not a coach that incites any excitement. He's a retread that goes out of Sacramento because nobody wants to play for them. Their owner at one point actually wanted them to incorporate a 4-on-5 offense or 4-on-5 defense, so somebody would cherry pick and stay on the other end of the court. I know that was a long time ago, but he's still in charge of this organization. Since Doug Christie, Mike Bibby, Chris Webber, and Vlade Divac and Peja Stojakovic were there, have the Sacramento Kings done anything? There is not a single active player in the NBA that has played against the Kings in the playoffs. And LeBron James is 38 years old, and he's never seen them. The Kings are nothing to me. So give me the under 32.5 there. They won 30 games last year. I like some of the players on their roster, but they've done nothing to show that they can ever even live up to expectations, let alone overachieve. So I'm taking the under on that, and I'm penning that thing.
That was a waste of time.
Yeah, is that an epic rant crushing the Sacramento Kings
with the same talking points that we've heard for 16 years. It's so tired, man.
Come on, man. How do you Kevin Huerter's a good shooter. Yeah, no, Keegan Murray, he's a good ball player. But that didn't do it.
The only thing that I agree with,
Aaron Fox's name in the whole 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Yeah, the only thing that I agree with in that entire thing was him saying you can't trust anything the Sacramento Kings do. I understand that completely because that's how the fan base basically feels at this point. Like you get excited and you're cautiously optimistic, but we have to believe it when we see it. That was the best point that he made. Everything else was tired, recycled garbage and sounds like someone who has not really paid attention. And that doesn't surprise me because that's what I've been saying for a while is the Sacramento Kings are going to have to earn that attention because until then they're just going to continue to face the same criticism and recycled talking points of Vivek's 4-on-5 offense, Bibby, Christie, Weber, Peja, which the Kings honestly kind of do to themselves by continuing to keep that team around in some capacity. So it's just, I mean, okay, heard it before. Next.
Yeah. Ham, you got anything on that?
Yeah. I mean, well, I mean, if he's, I don't want to tell people to do this, but like, go take $1,000 and put it on the Kings at 32.5. I'll take the over. Like, this team will win more than 32.5. And it's going to go up. By the time we get to the regular season, the over on the Sacramento Kings is going to be 34.5 or 35.5. Almost guarantee it. They're getting a bunch of money in right now at a low over under. And then it's going to keep climbing because that's how Vegas does its odds. And I just like, if we like wrap it all up in a bow, the Kings got better. Like if someone is ignorant enough to not know that Mike Brown has a .616 win percentage for his career.
That's the part that I thought was the most offensive. Like we're really going to treat Mike Brown like he's not good at his job. Like that's what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. It is because he's a very good coach. He's proven to be a good coach at the NBA level. And then he just spent 6 seasons in an apprenticeship under Steve Kerr. So, I mean, how many rings? He's got, what, 3 rings? 5 years, right, under an apprenticeship. So he's got 3 rings from his time there. And he's got a ring in the from San Antonio years ago, right? So, I mean, this is a very accomplished coach. On top of that, you got better at most of your weaknesses. Is this going to be a good defensive team? No, it's not going to be good as of right now. Like Mike Brown has his work cut out for him. He's got to put on like some really big boy pants and some really, really thick boots because he's going to sludge through a bunch of muck to get to this team, just to get to the 25th best defensive team. But saying all that, like if you're a betting guy, you know how many teams want to be bad this year, how many teams will be bad. Like it doesn't make any sense. The Kings are going to pick up a bunch of wins just because so many teams don't even care about this season. They want to be bad and they're playing for the first pick in the draft. So I don't get that. And it's way too low. And I said this on the pod the other day. Like, I'm a guy who's covered this team for 12 years. In 12 years, they've surpassed a 32.5 twice. They won 33 games under George Karl, and they won 39 games under Dave Yeager. Now, they had 2 seasons under Luke Walton where they won 31 games during 72-game seasons. That equates to 35 wins. There's no way this team isn't 3 games better than it was last year. You fired your coach 17 games into the season. You made a monster trade and shook your whole roster up. Like at the end of the day, that's irresponsible, and it reeks of I just don't really know what I'm talking about. And that's fine. I mean, that we live in hot take world, and that's what happens in hot take world. But to not really understand like how much this team could have improved. Worst case scenario happened last year and they won 30 games. That was the absolute worst case scenario. You fire your coach 17 games into the season. You have COVID issues. You make a major trade and change the whole roster. You still won 30. There's no way this team isn't 3 games better.
D'Lo, do me a favor. Find the clip of Nick talking about the Pacers over under, and listen to him talk about how great Buddy Hield is going to be for that team, and how everybody wants to come and play for Tyrese Halliburton now, according to Rick Carlisle and everything too.
Wait, is that a real thing? Is that
no? I'm just saying that's what I expect out of this, because it's the same recycled, tired talking points. So I love Tyrese Halliburton too, but Tyreek was the gift of God to Indiana, and Domantas Sabonis suddenly is trash now that he's in San Francisco, or Sacramento rather. So. It's just It's just the same recycled stuff, and the Kings are gonna shut it up themselves, or it's gonna continue.
I'm really fascinated at the idea, and when this process started, and I think Ham and I were in alignment at the thought. We both really liked Will Hardy. We both really, but to be very honest with everybody, I won't speak for James. I'll speak for myself. It's the idea of Will Hardy. Like, you look at what he's done in his career, you look at where he's been, who he's been around, and you go, if you were trying to build out the pedigree of a coach, it's like, hey, that's it. And then you realize Mike has essentially the same exact pedigree, but with head coaching experience. And we look down at that, and people choose to look down on it because he coached 1 year for the Lakers. And, I know Matt Barnes didn't particularly care for Mike Brown. He said Mike didn't, command the locker room the way that he needed to. Well, that's one specific locker room. That's a locker room that's coming off of their aspirations are championships and championships only. And he was given like a handful of games into the next season to figure that out. This is a guy who won 60 games, 3 years in a row, coaching that Cleveland Cavaliers team. People love to say LeBron James dragged the Cleveland Cavaliers to a finals appearance against the San Antonio Spurs, but you don't acknowledge Mike Brown's part in that. Like, that is so confusing to me, how we're so quick to disrespect what Mike Brown has done in this league. We're more in love with the idea of a coach, be it, like, how could you advocate for Kenny Atkinson and not Mike Brown? Like, I guess there are just some things about this job I still fail to understand. Like, I don't get it. It's one thing when it's a blank slate for everybody. When it's Jaden Ivey versus Keegan Murray, it's a blank slate for everyone involved. But that would be like saying, do you want Keegan Murray or Ja Morant? And everyone going, I want Keegan Murray. Ja Morant hasn't won a title. Wait a minute. What? He's accomplished something. Why wouldn't you go with the guy who accomplished something? The constant disrespect for Mike Brown is, I'll hit the music. It's fine. I'll do it. It's Friday. I just don't understand it. I don't get it.
Yeah,
I think it's warranted.
It's rough to hear it. The reality is that this team has struggled for so long that, they're going to be the doormat for so many different talking points. But if you're looking at this the right way, or you're looking at it honestly, like, I loved Will Hardy. Mike Brown was a better coaching option for year one and probably year three. Now, could Will Hardy go on to be a great coach? Yeah, but it's going to take a couple of years, right? We'll get to see it in Utah, but it's going to take a couple of years. I absolutely love the idea of Jaden Ivey. I didn't love it for the Kings. I thought he was a higher end talent than Keegan Murray. If your goal is to win and to increase your win total for this season, Keegan Murray was the right choice. If you need shooters and you look around the league, Kevin Huerter on the deal that he's on for 4 years was a really good signing. Malik Monk, a really good signing. Like, this team has done good things. And to discredit, not even mention De'Aaron Fox, but discredit what Sabonis is, okay, that's fine. You know what? Like, I hope that he's personally invested in the over-under, because he'll be wrong. Like, this time around, he'll be wrong. They'll win more than 33. Book it. Book it, Damian.
Bet $1,000 of Matt George's money on it. All that Locked On Kings money on the over. I do understand the frustration in the, like, if you're a bettor, like, they were 36.5 and they missed it by 6 games. Like, what talking about? Like, they were a disaster. But I don't think that team is anything like this one. I don't think the leadership on that team from last year is anything like this one. Matt, you're the best, man. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Kevin, you're the best too, man. Thanks for holding off on all of the phone calls. That's Kevin John behind Matt George for those that are watching there. James, tremendous job this week. Really, really appreciate you, my friend. You absolutely killed it sitting in here for 20 hours of radio. And most of all, man, people say it all of the time. They tell us this is the dead time in sports, but y'all have hung out here throughout the week, and we hope you continue to be here, man, because as good old JR used to say, business is about to pick up. We got camps. We got teams reporting to camp next week, and we'll always find Kings topics to talk about. So enjoy that. McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Drink responsibly. If you have not yet subscribed to the Locked On Kings podcast, subscribe to the Kings Beat podcast, and subscribe to the D'Lo and KC podcast. And make sure that you are back here Monday at noon on ESPN 1320. Great job.
Happy birthday, KC, if he's still around.
Yeah, happy
He
birthday.
better not still be in here. He better be off.
Yeah, it's easy to tear him apart, but again, off the record, we're still in the chatty house, but I'm taking that pick, that bet all day long.
Yeah, easy bet.
Yeah, I mean, and that's knowing that this team never wins 33 games. I mean, it doesn't matter. You're looking at a team that won 30 games last year. When they fired their coach, they made a major trade. They had injuries. The whole season spun out. Yeah. Yeah, give us thumbs up if you're still in here.
Yeah, hit the thumbs up. We actually have to let Ham go. Ham has to go do his job. He's got to go do the Kings Beat podcast.
I got to get up, walk around for a few minutes so I'm not completely immobile by the end of the weekend.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. We appreciate you. More Kings content coming tonight with Locked On and Kings Beat. So be on the lookout for those. And we will, man, not yet. I just couldn't get to it yet, man. I was looking forward to it. I just didn't get a chance to listen, but that's first order of business, man. I'm going to listen to that this evening. All right, y'all. Have a great rest of your day. Have a great weekend. We'll